What the hell is going on?
There's city reaction to Theresa May's speech, as though that implies that they've thought really long and hard about it, and they've come to an intelligent conclusion. The city reaction is, they're just people. And it goes something like, look, there's sweets over there, and everybody charges over there. And then they get there, and it's not that great, and they think, no, wait, there's sweets over there, and everybody charges over there like a bunch of sheep. So anyway, the Deputy Attorney General, Rod J. Rosenstein, we're in America with a name like Rod J. Rosenstein, he suggested, it was suggested last year that he secretly record Donald Trump in the White House to expose the chaos. And can you imagine what would have been on that tape? He wanted to expose the chaos consuming the administration, and he discussed recruiting cabinet members to invoke the 25th Amendment, which is, I think, when they take him out and shoot him. I may have that wrong. They suggested that they make plans to get him out of office. Mr. Rosenstein made these suggestions in the spring of 2017 when Mr. Trump's firing of James B. Comey as the FBI director plunged the White House into turmoil and blah, blah, blah. Nobody wants to hear about that. Everybody wants to hear about Donald Trump's personal area. We are engaged in a multiple newsgasm. There has never been this much news. I'm amazed that newspapers are still the same size. How can they fit it all in? In a tell-all memoir, the pornographic actor Stormy Daniels details salacious descriptions of her time with Donald Trump. And of course we all want to hear that, don't we? She wonders if he's fit to be president. Really? Are you still wondering? And she claims that he offered to cheat for her in his own reality television program. He said, come along, we'll see if we can't cheat your way through a couple of rounds. I don't think that Donald Trump is an honest and proper person.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
He lied. A copy of this book, Full Disclosure, was obtained by The Guardian. So you can blame The Guardian for what you are about to hear. I'm just relating the facts. In the book, Daniels this is a second book I'm going to have to go out and read. Thanks a lot, Stormy Daniels. What with you and Bob Woodward? A copy of the book called Full Disclosure was obtained by the Super Soaraway Guardian, and they report that Daniels describes her mounting disbelief as Trump began to win primary contests in 2016 for the Republican presidential nomination. You were in disbelief. I was in disbelief. Donald Trump was in disbelief. He didn't even want to be the president, Stormy Daniels writes. And I don't think that he did. I think that he did it. I think that Donald Trump decided to run to be president when Obama, you remember Obama Arama, don't you? God, not this again. Don't you? There it is. You only have to hit it twice for it to work. That was he was the president when the world seemed to make a little bit more sense. He ribbed Donald Trump at some, I think, was it the president's fun time dinner, whatever they call that, the Washington correspondents' dinner. And Donald Trump was in the audience, and you could see him seething from outer space. I mean, his face went orange. Oh, no, wait. It went a redder shade of orange. And I think at that moment he thought, right, I'm going to get him. Because Donald Trump's entire life seems to be seems to revolve around getting people back. If only his daddy had loved him just a little bit more, we wouldn't have to be going through any of this stuff. Never mind. Daniels describes her mounting disbelief as Donald Trump won primary contest after primary contest. But as Trump kept winning, she writes, she began to think that she might be in danger. The story that she had to tell about Trump seemed more sensitive the more he won. And she'd already been threatened once, years earlier, and warned never to tell the story about Trump. She writes a detailed description of the tryst with him at a celebrity golf tournament in Lake Tahoe in California, the details of which are just absolutely priceless. I bet of all the news that Donald Trump has had this past couple of weeks, this was the absolute worst. This would be the thing that make him flip his wig. Because he's already put out there the notion that he is, particularly gifted in the gentleman's department. I have no problems with that, believe me. It's tremendous and huge. Apparently not. And this is like a further indication of what this is all about. Small person syndrome. So fortunately, Stormy Daniels was there and from memory, has written down the gruesome details. Would you like to know?
Yes.
There is a point to all this. I mean, apart from just reveling in his discomfort, there's a point to all this, which was written by somebody in a publication called Business Insider, which sounds very above board and highfalutin, don't it? So I'll come to that in a minute. But first, the gruesome details. She writes a detailed description of the alleged tryst at a celebrity golf tournament in Tahoe, which was in California, in sometimes excruciating detail, says The Guardian, about the president's genitals, and describes her disgust with herself for letting the scene play out. Yeah, frankly, Stormy, I'm pretty disgusted with you too. She continued to answer Trump's many phone calls over the next year in the hopes that he would make good on his promise to put her on his reality television show, The Apprentice. Because let's not forget that he is it's a reality TV star. He didn't become the president of the United States by being a good business person, because he isn't. He's a terrible businessman who I think got one good deal, which was about the first deal he ever made, when he went in and bought this dilapidated place in a dilapidated part of what is now prime central New York. Other than that, I think it's just been a litany of failure until he managed to get on television and promote himself as a tremendous businessman. A tremendous and huge businessman. Apparently not. Stormy Daniels writes that Trump even suggested that a cheat could be arranged to allow her to survive through more episodes of the show than she might otherwise have done on his own show. I don't think that Donald Trump is an honest person.
I'm a person that wants to tell the truth. I'm an honest person.
He lied. We'll have to figure out a way to get you the challenges beforehand, she quotes him as saying, and we can devise your technique. He was going to have me cheat. It was 100% his idea, says Stormy Daniels. And whenever she saw Trump on television for years afterwards, Daniels writes, an internal monologue would play out. She said, I had sex with that. I'd say to myself, ugh. Well, I'm saying ugh too, just at the very idea of it. Now, how many of you actually looked up what a certain cartoon character in Mario Kart, or whatever that game is, was called this week? Just out of curiosity. With its intensely intimate portrait of a clownish and insecure Trump. The book lands after weeks in which the White House has struggled to debunk a portrait of an outmatched and incompetent president in a separate book, Bob Woodward's Fear, and to debunk an editorial by an anonymous administration official claiming that subordinates routinely ignore and subvert the president's orders. I mean, can you imagine how much worse the situation would be if there hadn't been adults in the room? How's the job working out for you so far, Donnie?
Oh, shut up!
Daniel's decision to go public with a story about Trump just before the election meant that her daughter would be less vulnerable to attack, she reasoned, because she was apparently threatened in a car park. And she tells us about that.
I'm building a wall.
Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm building a wall.
Wait. Yeah, sometimes these buttons work, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just have a mind of their own. I don't think that computers are going to take off. She recounts a story that she's told elsewhere of being approached by a large man in a gym parking lot in 2011 and who warned her not to tell the story about Trump. Trump said the parking lot story is a total con job, fake news. But does it seem like something that he would do? Does it seem like fake news to you?
No.
The memoir narrates Daniel's first experience as a stripper while still in high school and how she broke into the porn industry, through which she rose to become an award-winning director, writer and star. Award-winning. Well, why not? They got awards for radio. It was in that role that Daniels attended a celebrity golf tournament in Lake Tahoe in 2006 when she and two colleagues greeted golfers between holes. That's the way that sentence was written. I did not add or deduct any words. Trump's bodyguard invites Daniels to dinner, which turns out to be an invitation to Trump's penthouse. She writes in a description of the alleged events that Trump's personal area is, quotes, smaller than average, but not freakishly small. She said, I lay there annoyed that I was getting bleeped by a guy with Yeti pubes and a bleep like a mushroom character in Mario Kart, which is not funny in any way, shape or form. She says it was the least impressive sex I'd ever had.
I will be so great to women. I cherish women.
2 women. I will be so great 2 women, he said. Not even that's true, Donny. She said it might be the least impressive sex I'd ever had, but clearly he didn't share that opinion. The Guardian writes, amid an explosion of controversy after the publication of this story, Daniel's attorney, Michael Avenatti, said on Twitter that the most important thing about the book was not the description of her sex with Mr. Trump. It was, he said, her description of her life and role as a modern woman unafraid to speak truth to power. No! Mostly it's about the description of sex with Donald Trump. I think you'll find that's right. And, you know, if the evangelicals that support Donald Trump were to even get a whiff of that, then they would be saying bye-bye to the current President of the United States of America. You know, if they had principles, but we know they don't, so forget I said it. But there is a point to that, not just the the salacious nature of the story, and its delightful detail, and it's about democracy and where Trump wants to go and where he's actually stuck. I'll come to that in just a minute.
Everything is going extremely well.
Yes, it is going extremely well, and we know that that's true because this week we have been talking about Donald Trump's little Donald. Now, if we were living in China, then we wouldn't be doing that. Here's an article from the Business Insider, which sounds, like it's very above board, don't it? At a time when Americans are worried about the strength of our democracy, when many sense Trump's personal penchant for authoritarianism creeping into our daily political discourse at all levels, the fact that we can all laugh at something this personal to him is a great sign. It shows that Americans still know our leaders are not perfect individuals, that they're not omniscient or impervious. In fact, they can be questioned. They can and must be ridiculed. Our democracy depends on it. Trump has openly expressed his admiration for authoritarian leaders like Russian President Vlad the Insane and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. He envies the image of a strong, unequivocal head of state in the form of, say, China's President Xi Jinping. Of course, that comes at a price, part of which is laughter. Back in August, did you know about this? China has banned Winnie the Pooh. Because apparently, and if you look at pictures of them side by side, Winnie the Pooh does actually look a little bit like President Xi Jinping. And Chinese people were pointing that out on the internet over and over and over again. And so, being an authoritarian leader, Xi Jinping flipped his lid and has banned Winnie the Pooh from China. You can believe that. They seem so thin-skinned, these tough guys, don't they? Authoritarian leaders, says this article in the Business Insider, says they cannot suffer anyone laughing at their expense for very practical reasons. It takes away from their ability to make the populace fear them, and so it cannot be tolerated. As such, humour in authoritarian countries has historically taken on a different character. Instead of being about the man in charge, which is what they do in America, and it's what we do in this country. Thank goodness. Humour in dictatorships is about the system and the individual's powerlessness in it. Stormy Daniels' joke, meanwhile, about the similarity of Donald Trump's area to a cartoon mushroom, strikes directly at the heart of something for which Trump has always prided himself, his prowess with women. Oh boy, does he ever go on and on and on about it.
I cherish women.
Yeah, sure you do, with both hands. It goes to the heart of something which Trump has always prided himself. This is how political humour can and should work in a democracy, as a vehicle for humanising and normalising those in power. So laugh at this mushroom penis joke, people. It's good for us. Oh, I will. I have. I do. 0345 6060 973. This says Donald Trump is a mixture of Boris Johnson and Joey Essex. What you mean the body of Boris Johnson and the colour of Joey Essex? Is that what you mean? He says, I, on the other hand, have the body off Baywatch and a face off Crime Watch. Oh, gee. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Marissa rather says, do you mind if I call you Melissa? She says, I was talking with a couple of friends recently about the Trump and his supposed business achievements, in inverted commas, and they told me about his ultimate one, that a casino he once owned went bust. Apparently he's the only person this has ever happened to. Clever Donald. How can you run a casino and make it go bust? You stupid, stupid man.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
You're not even like a smart person. He has a very small area, and it's weirdly shaped like a mushroom. What do you think about that, Melania?
I don't care.
No. Here's Chertsey. Hello, Sandra.
Oh, hello, Nick. I may sound a bit mumbled. I'm trying to read something from a wonderful book which I have, which is Dr. Daniel Levitin, The Organised Mind. You might have come across it.
No.
I can recommend it. Mind it belongs to the library, really. It's citing one of these, an American businessman. If I read the failed titles, it might give you a clue. This person has had as many high-profile failures as successes, like failed one: Trump Vodka, Trump Magazine, Trump Airlines, Trump Mortgage, 4 bankruptcies, and a failed presidential bid. That was written.
I can do better. I can do better than that. I have detailed files. Trump steaks. He tried to. I mean, would you buy meat with that man's face on it? No. Trump steaks. The Go Trump travel search engine. Trump Airlines. Trump Vodka. Trump Mortgages. Trump the board game. Trump the magazine. Trump University. Trump Ice. Ice, baby. The New Jersey Generals football team. Tour de Trump bike races. There was an actual thing. Trump on ocean restaurants and the Trump vitamins. Take vitamins and you'll come out looking like me. All of those failed. And the casino and what do you call it? The failures and you went bust. What do you call that? You just mentioned it.
Well, bankruptcy.
Bankruptcies is the correct answer.
But there is a point to the story, because it's demonstrating, if anyone wants to emulate him, he has demonstrated resilience. It doesn't put him off, and he's never let it reduce his self-confidence. The last sentence really interests you. Too much self-confidence, of course, is not a good thing, and there can be in a tug-of-war between self-confidence and arrogance that can, in some cases, lead to full-scale psychological disorders. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, he has psychological disorders up to his waggly eyebrows. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say that, but it's just it's the point of the book. It's just
right up to his hairline. He's got psychological disorders.
Well, Well, I don't know. It's got him somewhere, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, and all it needed was a small $100 million uplift from his dad. Yeah. Other than that, he did it all by himself. Apart from the connections but apart from the money and all the connections, he did it all by himself. Okay, excellent work. Keep digging. Thanks a lot, Sandra, and make sure you don't keep that book out too long. Fines come with that practice. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Yeah, apart from that, the news was actually detailing the. I was going to say ins and outs, but that's completely the wrong phrase in the context. It gave us a little bit too much detail of Donald Trump's little Donald. That actually constituted news this week was stunning information enough. We really have gone through the looking glass. Even Alice has given up on us. We should have dropped breadcrumbs behind ourselves to figure out some way back to normality when Obama Obama was running the show. But the other story that came out, one of the many stories that came out this week, which had my jaw on the floor, was the Croydon cat killer story. Did you read about that? They've caught him. Except it's not a him. Or so we're being led to believe. Very suspicious. I mean, everything about that story is totally bizarre and weird and deeply unpleasant in its detail, but utterly befuddling in its conclusion. How did they come to that? And how did they not find out before? And I'll get to the whole thing. If you haven't heard it yet, then prepare to be stunned. I'll talk about the cats and the dogs in just a minute. But first, here's a call in Tooting. Jack.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Okay.
Jack, are we on speakerphone?
Not now, you're not now.
I think we still are.
No, you're not.
I think we are.
Well, I've turned it off.
How come it sounds the same then?
I can't answer that when I've turned it off. But
right.
Anyway, would you like to continue so I can make my point?
Okay then.
Okay. Well, I think it's a bit ironic you're criticising Trump when Dr. Liam Fox is preparing to do a trade deal with America in regard to get the food from America, and is preparing to lower the UK's food standards so we can do a trade deal with America.
Yeah, that's as it was reported. Yeah, and then he subsequently denied it.
Sorry?
That's as it was reported. There's something wrong with your phone, Jack. That's as it was reported, and then he subsequently denied it. But I'd be amazed if that wasn't the case.
Well, he may have denied it, but how come his nose was getting longer as he was talking there?
Oh, God, not another listener with material. Here's the story. Liam Fox is planning to use his controversial Henry VIII powers. Henry VIII. Henry VIII, he am. He's going to scrap European food standards in order to pave the way for a trade deal with the US after the B word.
Oh, no.
I managed to get through at least half an hour of the programme without mentioning Brexit. Theresa May's this is from the Business Insider. Theresa May's government has insisted that they will not water down EU regulations which currently prohibit the sale of products such as chlorinated chicken and hormone-injected beef. And we want neither of those two things. And we don't want dog meat neither. However, Fox and Crawford Falconer, the UK's chief trade negotiation advisor, have privately discussed rewriting UK food standards through the upcoming trade bill, a source in Fox's Department for International Trade told the Business Insider. I'd be stunned and amazed. That's our future outside the European Union. We're going to be a low-tax, low-regulation economy because, that's where the money is. desperately prostituting ourselves in front of the world as a tax haven of low regulation. And, you know, most regulations are for the benefit of the consumer, you and me. They don't just magic these things up out of thin air. It's mostly to stop us being, killed to death, being poisoned. That's what regulations are for. That's why organisations, companies, chafe at regulation, because it is an impediment for them to make giant amounts of money with no hurdles. Every now and again, a company needs hurdles, because we know what they're like when they don't have any, when they think they can act with impunity. Blimey, even the supposedly virtuous German manufacturing companies seem to have guilt up to their eyebrows. Even the German car makers, they told us that their vehicles were only this much polluting, whereas in fact they were vastly more polluting than they said they were. Liar! And something else has just happened this week as well, which is also quite alarming if it is actually true, for which there will be no punishment, just as there was not much punishment last time around. But that's what regulations are for, to protect the public from powerful people's worst excesses. But, like I said, it hits their profit margin, which negates their ability to shower themselves with bonuses. So businesses and business people hate regulations. Of course they do. Let's have a call in Croydon. Oh, Ash.
Hi, Nick.
Ash.
Nick, can you hear me?
Yes, Ash.
Is it Nick? Is it Nick?
Yes.
Right, okay. Nick, about the Croydon cat-killing fox, I was just wondering, as far as I know, there are foxes all over the UK.
Yes, here, there, and everywhere, baby.
Everywhere, right. Now, if that is the case, how come foxes in, let's say, Liverpool, Manchester, or for that matter, North London, don't go around killing cats? Or are we confronted with a serial cat-killing fox?
Well, I'll give you what the position is with the authorities at the moment, and then we can draw our own conclusions. How does that sound?
That's brilliant.
Okay, another satisfied customer. Thanks a lot, Ash. Leave it to me. This has made international news. Oh, hang on, I just have to move the thing here. This has made international news. This is not just a local story to Croydon. It's not even a local story to Great Britain. The Washington Post has been reporting on this. And so I thought, as a science experiment, it might be interesting to get the view of this story from abroad. See what they think. They said the fiend was dubbed the Croydon cat killer. The brute left his, or her, victims scattered along the motorways around the British capital, the fringes of remnant woodlands and the gardens of suburban towns. Police reported signs of blunt force trauma and much, much worse. Distraught pet owners found the tails removed. In some cases, so were the heads. Sometimes the cats were left at the doorstep of the homes that they belonged to, or a schoolyard. For 3 years, Britain's Metropolitan Police Force have been trying to solve the crimes. The Telegraph newspaper on Monday called it one of the most puzzling murder mysteries of the past decade, as fearful experts described a serial pet killer who was likely to move on to humans next.
Oh, no!
A 2017 article in The Sun reported that police were warning that the Croydon cat killer is likely to kill humans. And that would not be surprising. I mean, you'd have to be some kind of twisted individual to go around serially killing people's pets, wouldn't you? It's awful. I mean, for a nation that likes to convince itself that it actually cares about animals, we don't. I mean, don't fool yourself. We just don't. But we like to think that we do, and so it struck at our very heart, this story. Plus, it was awful. 3 years they've been looking for the Croydon cat killer, and this week they claim that they found him. A lead investigator on the case, Detective Andy, told reporters at the time that there was a known link between serial killers and animal torturers, and you'd be surprised if there wasn't. Psychology, it's the study of the bloomin' obvious. And to that end, a psychological profile was drawn up by the National Crime Agency, which suggested that the killer's problem with cats stems from a deeper problem with women. Or one woman in particular. Because felines are associated with the feminine. Wow, I mean, really? I think that's a pretty torturous route to get to that. It's mother issues? Oh, come on. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals put up a £10,000 bounty for the killer. And they posted a description of a suspect, which apparently they just made up. If the police conclusion is correct, then none of this is true. The Croydon cat killer is a white man in his 40s with short brown hair, dressed in dark clothing, possibly with acne scarring on his face. Yeah, or it could be a black man or a black woman in her 20s with long green hair, dressed in luminous clothing. The group advised that this man that they described may be wearing a headlamp or carrying a torch. Families of the victims staged memorials and vigils. Do not underestimate people's attachment to their pets. The police formed a task force. They performed necropsies. Now, I looked up necropsies, and it's just dissecting a dead body to see what killed it. I mean, you don't want to dissect a live body to see what might kill it, because that is against the law. I'm pretty sure about that. But why it differs from autopsies, I don't know, unless it's specifically animal-related. But that's not the definition that I saw. But anyway, they performed necropsies, did this police task force. Again, 3 years they've been looking for this unspeakable individual. And on Monday, finally, the police announced that they'd taken another look at those necropsies and had a glimpse at the scientific research on predation. Now, you would have thought that they would have done that before. I mean, isn't that the basis of police work? Actually looking at the blooming evidence? This is what they declared on Monday. They said, following a thorough examination of the available evidence, officers working alongside experts have concluded that hundreds of reported cat mutilations in Croydon and elsewhere were not carried out by a human, but were likely to be the result of predation or scavenging by wildlife on cats killed in vehicle collisions. To which I thought... What? So, now they're saying that it weren't no human. That we're not all in great danger. There isn't a serial cat killer that may move on to human beings toot sweet. Cars struck the cats, causing blunt force trauma, and then foxes retrieved the roadkill, gnawed off the tails, opened up the bellies and chewed off the heads. It was a fox what done it. But this hasn't convinced everybody. Well, it hasn't convinced me. It seems absolutely preposterous. I mean, apart from the conclusion seeming a little far-fetched, it seems absolutely preposterous that they looked into this for 3 years. I mean, this has been a major story for years now. And only now have they taken a glance at the evidence and thought, oh, yeah, no. No, sorry about that. Sorry about freaking out the entire area of the southeast of England. A spokesman for the South Norwood Animal Rescue and Liberty Organisation, SNARL, well, that's it, South Norwood Animal Rescue and Liberty, SNARL. They said their group was surprised the police closed the case and insisted it had gathered evidence to indicate human involvement.
It can only be attributable to human error.
That's what they said. Can only be attributable to human error. And as it stands, if the police conclusion is correct, then the human error is entirely the fault of the police. I am stunned. I mean, you'd think that there would be some kind of indication, if a fox had torn another animal apart, that experts in possession of facts would be able to tell a blooming difference. It's like I said before, we're in it's like a permanent newsgasm. The stunning stories just keep pouring over us. I just wish it would stop, just for a couple of days. Can we just take a couple of days without news? Wouldn't that be great? 0345. Bad for business, but great for our collective mental health. Zach says, regards to the Croydon cat killer, please don't go into too much gruesome detail. I'm laying on the bed with my Aussie, and I don't want to have to cover her ears. If you do, I'll have to turn you off. I'm assuming that Aussie is a pet and not a person. But maybe that's, an assumption that just makes an ass out of you and me. Let's have a call in Dagenham. Hello, Pat.
Hello, Nick.
Pat.
Right. First of all, the police have got it wrong. I don't know why they've got it wrong, because if they take a body of the cat, the people that know what they're doing when they look at a body, a vet, for instance, have seen that the cats have been cut with a very, very sharp knife.
Well, they didn't say... Did they say that?
No, they haven't said anything.
Right.
That's what I've heard anyway.
No, but they're saying, the police saying, are saying that they had another look at the necropsies, which is when they examined, I don't know what the difference between that and an autopsy is, I've got no idea. Necro implies death, but I think you have to be pretty dead to have an autopsy. But anyway, maybe an autopsy is the Americanism. We're just so used to it on, from American television.
Yeah, they are dead.
Right. Well, yeah, let's hope so. Or if not already, then the procedure will ensure it.
What they're doing is they're going into rabbit hutches. They take the rabbit out, they cut its head off, feet off, possibly. Of course, it's dead. And then they put it back and shut the door.
What?
Now, a fox can't do that.
Well, when did that happen? I thought it was a Croydon cat killer.
Yeah, a fox can't do that. They do rabbits as well. They do rabbits. He's killed foxes. Everything. Now, we're both hunters. You're a hunter. I'm a hunter. Because you've got eyes in the front of your head. And a hunter will not kill another hunter. That's the animal kingdom. Yeah?
No, that's not true.
That is true.
No, but it's not, though, Pat.
It might not be true because we all kill each other.
Well, that's true, yeah. I mean, human beings, we don't care who we kill, just as long as, they remain dead once we've done it.
I'm actually talking more about animals.
Yeah, but animals, hunters kill other hunters. Sure they do.
They do,
I'm just trying to think of David Attenborough's programme when that has actually been true.
Yeah, a lion will kill a leopard. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't believe that foxes are lovely. I've got loads.
No, they're not.
Oh, yes, they are.
No, Pat.
Yes,
they're not lovely. They're awful things. They're disease-ridden, moving flea bags.
We're horrible. Humans are bloody horrible.
Well, foxes aren't that nice either. I mean, no animal is nice.
What's wrong with them?
Well, they kill to eat, for a start. I mean, I know we do, but the vegetarians don't. I mean, at least we have a choice.
We have a choice.
I mean, what about cat? What about the actual, the focus of this story, or the subject rather, not the focus. The subject is cats. Cats kill just for fun, just to, I don't know, keep their paw in.
I know. I mean,
they get fed by their own owners, and then they go round next door's house to the people there who they think it's their cat too. I mean, cats are they have absolutely no shame, and then they're stuffed up to their whiskers with food, and then they go and kill birds as well.
No,
they do. I've seen it with my own eyeballs. I've seen like a pile of feathers on my lawn, which should upset me more than a little bit.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it was a pigeon that they got, but even that is, because there's a couple of pigeons that perch in my garden a lot, and I think they're probably a couple. And so I was quite upset for about a day before I saw them there again, united, when I thought that this cat had gone and, just for its own amusement, had broken up a couple. I know that makes me sound a bit wet, but it did cause me, a little upset.
Actually,
put a kink in my day.
Actually, cats are more horrible than foxes because cats are alive. Will kill all the birds, but they can't kill birds in my garden. I've got 12 cats.
12?
Yeah, and I've got my gardens all fenced off, up and over, so they can't get out, and it's a 100-foot garden. With
Right, so you've got a cat prison?
I've got a cat prison. Isn't that awful? My daughter comes round, she goes, "Oh, your poor cats." But I can't let 12 cats roam on other people's gardens. It wouldn't be fair.
Well, I suppose not, but how about the cats?
They're quite happy, actually.
Oh, really? Have they told you that?
They're quite old now, all rescued from horrible people.
Right.
And but foxes, you should get rid of this idea that foxes are horrible. They're the most beautiful creatures.
No, they totally aren't, though, Pat. Awful animals. But anyway, it's been an eye-opener. 12 cats. What's your food bill like?
Very expensive.
Yeah, I bet.
About 40 quid a week, at least.
You're right.
Yeah.
And are they particular about the kind of food that they get, or do they just get what they're given?
Well, they're terrible. Absolute fusspots. They get chicken, they get fish, they get pouches. They're very, very lucky cats, really.
Yeah, apart from the prison part. It's a gilded cage, but it's a cage all the less.
Yeah, but foxes will kill a very old cat, possibly, or a very sick cat. But they will not kill a normal cat. They won't.
Yeah, but you don't know that, though, Pat.
I do know that.
Well, you have a hermetically sealed environment where foxes can't get in. I mean, if they actually got in, then it would be a cat graveyard, not prison.
No, they don't. They really don't. They really don't. My friend's got cats and they go in the garden. The foxes go in the garden. There's no problem. They play together.
They what?
Yeah.
I very much doubt that.
They do.
They play together? No.
Yes. Yeah. They're fine. They're fine.
I think that we have a major fox problem in this country. I also think we have a major parrot problem, which is another issue entirely, but it's a similar one, but not closely associated. The parrots problem is because some idiot let parrots out, and they outbreed and outmuscle our, the songbirds that we got here. The parrots squawk. I hate those things. Somebody should be doing something about them.
Yes, Twickenham and Richmond. My friend in Twickenham.
Yeah, Kew Gardens. They're all squawking over Kew Gardens, bothering my picnic. Why isn't somebody doing something about them? But foxes, I can't drive home at night without at least every single night, at least 3 foxes running in front of my car. Without fail, every single... I see more foxes on the street than people on my way home, which means that in the brief moment that I pass, if there's 3 foxes going in front of my car, there must be millions of them. There must be everywhere. Somebody's got to do something about it, Pat. I think you'll agree with me on that.
I think you should have a car with a radar. If a fox runs in front of your car, it will put the brake on without you knowing it.
That sounds very dangerous. So that's a no from me. I want forward-mounted machine guns would be a better idea. How does that sound?
I just want to say the last thing.
Quickly.
I love punk.
Punk
rock.
Punk rock. Wow. I mean, of all the things I thought you were going to say, that would have been at the bottom of my list.
Honey, how are you?
A condom with Nigel Farage's face on it. It would work as a condom because you ain't getting no sex with that on. 0345 6060 973. Please, somebody send me one of those. Here's calling Ashted. Hello, Claire.
Hello.
Claire.
Hi, I'm just phoning as I'm just really hurt and upset, as are most of the victims of this cat killer, about the police's, the way that they've handled the whole thing.
Yeah, so they've come to this conclusion, which they announced on Monday, that they were wrong all along, that it's not a human being doing all this at all. It's cats are getting hit by cars, and then foxes are sort of helping themselves to the remains.
That's right. Well, it's funny. We don't actually have a road outside where we are, but a neighbour actually heard my cat being killed. So it must have been a car in someone's front garden.
No, but she heard but didn't see.
Yeah, she heard all the noise, and she just thought she didn't look out, and now she wishes she had, obviously. But
so she couldn't really tell whether that was what she was hearing.
No, it was around the time I let the cat out, though. And then my husband walked the dog along that way, went past 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, the cat's appeared, laid out. So if a fox had brought it back, it would have bite marks, etc., tear marks, not cut marks.
Well, this is what they say, that they looked at the necropsies, which is such an odd word. I don't know why it's specifically that, and not autopsies, but anyway, they took another look, and then they looked at the scientific research on predation, and they declared that through a following thorough examination of the available evidence, it was a fox what done it.
Yeah, unless the fox has got a bath where they can wash the cat to make it all clean, no blood. There was no bite marks. There was knife marks.
Right. So, but how do you know that though? How do you know the difference between the two? Yeah.
Because the knife cuts straight, whereas if you bite someone or something bites, they've got to rip the flesh, haven't they?
Yeah, but it tears. I mean, I don't want to.
It's not going to tear in a straight line.
But I don't know that, and you don't know that.
Well, if you bite a chicken drumstick, it all comes off, doesn't it? It's not going to be in a straight line.
Well, it depends. If you bite it and you go with the grain of the meat, then it does.
I've never noticed that before.
Right.
And it's only specific parts that it took.
Yeah.
So it was done in a pattern. So they left the feet with the fur on, but then stripped the rest of it up to the rib cage.
Right. Which could or might or might not be, and I mean, it seems just such bizarre behaviour.
Yeah,
that went on for such a long period of time without anybody being witnessed having done it. It just seems. I mean, when you think about the amount of time that people have been looking for this individual and the amount of money that is up for, evidence or information.
I don't think it really matters about the money. I think victims would pay a lot of money for him to be caught, because I do believe there is a killer still out there. From the pictures I have, I mean, I've seen rabbits been eaten by foxes. They're ripped apart. This was done methodically.
Right.
And then I've heard of other victims where they've had parts brought back and put on their front doorstep. Now, unless a fox knows where people live, how are they going to know where to put the parts back? And this is like 6 months later.
Yeah, but they don't know if it was the same animal's parts, do they? And foxes tend to...
There's a collar, a pet's collar.
Right. Well, it's just such a bizarre story, and I'm sorry that you're one of the victims, Claire. But thanks for calling. 0345 6060 973. I mean, why would the police come to the conclusion at this late stage that they got it wrong all along? Because it's a massive loss of face for the police. It makes them look like a bunch of dopes, particularly as the evidence that they're suggesting that they can now see was under their noses all the time. It's a huge loss of face for them. They're made out to be idiots, to really lack any kind of basic policing skills. I mean, it's just amazing that the story that, like I said, the version of the story that I gave you was from the Washington Post. 3,000 miles away. This is news. So you'd think they'd have at least some competent people on it, and that the individuals who performed these necropsies, had some inkling of what they were doing. That they would be able to tell the difference between a bite mark and a knife mark. And that they have come at this late stage to the conclusion that it weren't no person. Don't worry, everybody. We're not all in great danger of a serial cat killer becoming a serial person killer. It was a fox. Multiple foxes, presumably. Not one fox with a taste for roadkill, but, that's what foxes do, don't they? They just pick up whatever they can find. It's just such a bizarre story. I mean, one conspiracy theory that I've heard so far is that the police are trying to lull this. The Croydon cat killer is a person, and they're trying to lull them into a false sense of security by releasing a story that it's not a person, which seems, also that's as far-fetched as anything else concerning this. Sarah says, please don't go into too much detail about the cat killer. I'm in bed with Bam Bam, Peanut, Vestus and Jeff, and we'll have to cover their ears. Wow. There's you either have a lot of pets or there's some sort of orgiastic shenanigans going on over at your place, Sarah. Martin says, you mean you haven't heard about the gang of South London foxes armed with 12-inch blades ambushing cats? Why, no. And Richie says, after confirming the suspected cat killer is actually a fox, Croydon police have now said that a number of unsolved stabbings were actually health and safety incidents where people have fallen on knives. It doesn't make the police. It doesn't. They don't come out of it looking very good on this, do they? Mark says, could it be that Croydon has secretly been the centre of driverless car testing, and they can detect humans and not cats? There's a big story about that this week. Did you see about the convoys of trucks that are about to be coming your way? From Benfleet, here's Maria.
Hello there, Nick.
Maria.
Hello.
Yes, Maria.
So I'm calling in, obviously, about the latest bombshell that the Met Police have decided to insensitively deliver without actually contacting the victims of the so-called UK animal killer.
The Croydon cat killer is what they're calling it, yeah.
Well, no, okay, let's set the record straight, okay, on naming conventions. It started off in Croydon, which is why it got dubbed Croydon Cat Killer, a bit like Jack the Ripper.
Mm-hmm.
You can understand that media outlets would like to be sensationalist and pick up on a name. He then went further afield and was within the N25, so it's understandable. He got dubbed the N25 Cat Killer.
Yeah.
But over the last year, he's been going further afield. He recently killed and murdered in Leigh-on-Sea, close to me.
Yeah, but this is a bit of a leap, though. Just because things of a similar nature happened there doesn't mean to say that it was one person, or in fact that it was a he.
Well, okay, let's go back to some facts, shall we? Because I think you're a bit lacking in that area.
Completely.
Happy to help.
On this and every other subject under the sun.
Okay, so let's talk about the Met Police statement, for example. The problem that most of us have with it is the incorrect general sweeping generalisation that they have said that it's down to predation or RTAs followed by foxes scavenging, right? Now, in some cases, road traffic accidents, so roadkill, right? So in some cases, of course, that is going to be the case. And when the charity involved, Snarl, has gone and investigated on behalf of the police, they have ruled out thousands and thousands of cases as just, roadkill or animal predation.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's understandable. Don't have a problem with that. It's the fact the Met Police have come out and said all cases are attributed to this. Now, that can't be possible. They have two sets of CCTV that show foxes picking up parts of cats and moving them into school playgrounds or someone's garden.
Right.
That is two examples of CCTV, right? That does not set a precedent that foxes are killing over 400 animals in a 3-year
Okay,
period.
well, as you mentioned CCTV, there's a quarter, I think it's something like a quarter of all the CCTV cameras that exist on Earth are pointing at us in this country. How come this person hasn't featured on one of them?
Because he's forensically aware. Okay, he leaves no DNA.
Come on, that sounds very unlikely.
You asked me, I'm explaining, so please let me explain. CCTV isn't as prevalent as you think, and it is actually most
Well, it is. It's everywhere.
in town centres. Okay? If you walk down any one road, I guarantee you, in suburbia, you will not be able to count.
Well, how come? I mean, everybody is their own reporter. Everybody's got a camera in their pockets. How come he hasn't featured on any video that has ever been created by anybody ever?
Okay, so, I mean, you drive home at night. You said earlier that, you almost run over foxes, so you may have spotted him, but he's operating in the small hours of the morning in dark suburban streets, okay, where some in my actual council constituency, they turn off all the street lamps after 1 a.m. So you would not necessarily see somebody moving around in dark clothing, stealthily walking between houses.
It just doesn't it just doesn't. I understand what you're saying, but it just doesn't add up. For searching for 3 years, it's been one of the biggest stories in this country, and has leaked. It is so big, it's leaked abroad. And in all that time, no one has seen anyone do anything.
Many human serial killers have gone for many, many years without actually being caught. So to say, just because he hasn't been caught, does not mean he does not exist.
Well, that is true, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So,
but equally, just because he has not been caught doesn't mean to say that he does exist.
Right, well, let's talk about the science then, shall we? If you're talking about whether he exists or whether he doesn't, okay? The Met re-examined between 6 and 10 bodies that they had in cold storage. They revisited them, okay? Right, the RSPCA, who have been backing the police's statement, are conveniently forgetting they paid for 22 autopsies to be done. Right.
Well, now wait a minute. So you're saying that the police and the RSPCA are in cahoots?
No, I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth.
But what are you suggesting then?
I'm saying the RSPCA are conveniently forgetting the 22 autopsies.
But what do you mean by conveniently?
If you let me finish the sentence, you'll get to it. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Right. Okay. Right. They are conveniently forgetting the 22 that they did because they issued a statement straight afterwards saying that their autopsies concurred with the evidence, the forensic evidence, that it was a human perpetrator using a knife. And it's interesting that the RSPCA has forgotten they commissioned those autopsies.
So they are in cahoots. Why? I mean, you put the word forgotten. Well, you put the word forgotten in inverted commas. Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, because their statements have said we are supporting the Met Police, and yet they are forgetting.
But why would they do that? I mean, we're going around to the point that I made earlier on, which you refused to accept. That you're saying that they're colluding in some way.
I believe there is something going on. I believe that the Met have made a sweeping generalisation which is incorrect.
Well, they haven't made a generalisation. They were quite specific.
Yeah, they have. They said all. They said
following a thorough examination of available evidence.
Right.
Officers working,
they're actually discounting other forensic
officers working alongside experts have concluded that hundreds of reported cat mutilations were not carried out by a human. That's quite specific.
Yeah, they're actually ignoring forensic evidence already compiled, and I'll explain to you what that is.
Oh, no, okay? I don't have time, Maria. You made your point very clearly. It seems... I understand what you're saying, and I understand that emotions are high about this kind of thing, and people want to find a guilty party, and it's kind of deflating that if it turns out to be true that it was actually an animal, because animal lovers would find it hard to want justice meted out to another animal. I get all that, but I don't know. It just seems like the whole thing is bizarre and weird, and if it was actually a fox, then maybe people will think, well, it might not be in our best interest, in human beings' best interest, to have foxes proliferate at such a vast number. Maybe something should be done about their number, because there seems to be as many of them as there are of us, and this town ain't big enough for the both of us. Marie says, do the police seriously think that foxes behave that way, and how stupid do they think the public are? Well, foxes do behave that way. Peter says, I'm surprised they didn't feature this story on Fox News. Oh. Listeners with material.
Oh, no.
Here is Worthing. Hello, Colin.
Hello, Nick.
Colin.
Yes, mate. I don't know. I used to be a vermin and fox controller, or controller on farms round in Sussex.
Oh, yeah.
Foxes will not attack a cat unless it is really, really hungry, or he's got a pack of cubs that want feeding.
Yeah.
But these foxes in the cities are so well fed that they do not need to go out hunting. They don't hunt the foxes around in cities. They're not hunting.
Yeah, but they're saying they're not hunting them. They are just picking off the ones that have been hit by cars.
Well, this is what's happened then. They just run them over in a car and they probably picked them up. But they don't take them round and put them on people's doorsteps.
Well, foxes do all sorts of weird things. They're the kind of weird things that foxes have left in my garden.
Stuff they've left in your garden?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you haven't had a cat that has been killed and then they bring the cat back to you, have you?
Well, they left a rat there.
The rat wasn't living there, was he?
Well, I hope not. Yeah. Well, quite possibly. Maybe the rat was what ate all my bird seed.
That's probably what it was, mate.
I had 25 kilograms of bird seed in a giant bag, which weighed a third of my body weight. Yeah. And I'm thinking that I had, plenty enough to get through the winter with the Tweety birds. And I come to take a peek at it, and it all been eaten. Like pretty much all of it had gone.
Oh yeah, the old rats will eat that away very quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if the fox did in fact dispatch that rat, then I am very grateful. And now if the fox would kindly move on to another area, I'd be even more pleased.
I mean, I had a load of chicken manure in one of them black plastic sacks. And it was up the garden for a couple of weeks, I suppose. And I'm looking out the kitchen window, and all of a sudden the sack was moving. And I thought, what the hell's going on? I went up there and moved it, and about 30 rats come running out of it.
Oh, lovely.
So I demolished that lot straight away anyway. But yes, I was a vermin controller, paid by the farmers with a high-powered rifle, with a silencer and everything else.
With a silencer?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have a silencer on high-powered rifles.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
Well, because of shooting them at the night time, there's too much noise.
Oh, you don't want to wake people up?
No, you can't afford to, otherwise you lose your licence.
I guess so, yeah. A silencer? Huh.
Yeah, it's got telescopic sights and a silencer.
Right, so those foxes don't stand a chance?
No, they've got no chance whatsoever.
So,
as soon as you pull that trigger,
they're dead.
Within 300 yards, the fox is dead.
So how come you're allowed to take care of them in the countryside, but not in the towns where they're more prevalent?
People are allowed to do it in the towns, but they're only allowed to use something like a 2-2 live.
What does that mean?
Well, within the close range, fairly close range, in people's gardens.
So you're not allowed to have what sounded like assassination equipment, which is what you used.
It was a 225, 22-250, which is a really high-powered one, and the actual cartridges or the bullets were about 2.5 inches long.
Right. So that's what you used.
Pardon?
That's what you're describing that you used?
Yeah.
Right, okay, but a person that's that has a fox problem in their garden, they can't use that equipment because they might shoot. Well, yeah, they might shoot somebody in the next town by mistake.
Yeah.
So you're saying that they have to use like a pea shooter, but if
powered Mustang, it's like the 2-2 rifles that they use in fairgrounds.
Right, like I said, a pea shooter. That's not going to kill them. That's just going to hurt them.
22-250, yeah.
Right. So that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you're going to shoot, if you're actually going to shoot a fox, you'd have to, to kill it with one of those fairground guns, you'd have to tie it down and spend all day shooting it.
No. One shot behind the front legs, It's straight in the heart. He's dead.
Right, but you got to, yes, but you have to ask it to keep still, to fire it as specifically as that.
They do stand still.
You'd have to walk right up to it, Colin.
If there's any food there for them to eat, they will stand there and eat it.
Right. Well, I know I would.
Yeah. And it goes straight through one side and out the other.
Well, if you say so. So, were you asked by the authorities to take care of the fox problem in urban areas?
Yeah.
You were? Which authorities?
Yeah.
Which authorities?
Police authority.
No, I mean where?
In Sussex.
In towns in Sussex?
In town. Well, not in the town, no.
That's what I'm saying. Urban areas.
In people's gardens in the town, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And so that was, so individuals hired you for that purpose rather than it being, council policy.
Yeah, they do it up in London as well, Nick.
Do they?
Yep.
It's amazing how omnipotent that's not quite the right word. Well, they're everywhere, baby. Right in the middle of town. I saw one just leaving work. Just off Leicester Square, there was a fox.
Oh, yeah.
Where do they live?
Underneath people's houses.
Right.
Underneath their sheds. In barns.
Oh, in barns. Oh, yeah. Well, that's...
Well, not barns in London.
That's why people with money have moved to Richmond.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Colin. Cheers, mate.
Okay, Nick.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. So suddenly this is all about pets, this show. Seriously, somebody's got to do something about those parrots, because what we have now is a situation like we had with the grey squirrels. We used to have, it were grand when I were a lad, we used to have cute little red squirrels, which were fluffy and lovely. Not these rat-like creatures that we got now, which were so aggressive that they chased our homegrown red squirrels out, because they came over here. The same thing's happening with the parrots. Somebody should be doing something about it, with great vengeance. This text says, a fox tried chasing my chihuahua the other night till I chased the fox. I thought chihuahuas were supposed to be, somewhat pugilistic. I know that's not an entirely accurate description, but you know what I mean. You know, like little aggressive, yappy things, which have a shout way larger than their actual, size. The scariness of their mien. Why would anybody choose a chihuahua as a pet? I mean, for crying out loud, it's ridiculous little things. Unless you own one yourself, in which case I take that back. Frank says, Nick, the police aren't interested in when if the police aren't interested in when my house is burgled, what chance has a cat got? Well, yeah, but they said over and over again, and it seems blindingly obvious, that if somebody is an actual real-life animal killer, like a pet killer, not a butcher, or an abattoir worker, in fact, but, to kill an animal that you don't want to eat. Now, animals probably don't make that much of a difference between those two things, but people do. And if it seems logical that somebody that would go around doing that would then, what's the word? Progress onto killing human beings, then you'd think that the police would be all over it. That they would have precious little on their plate that would be, more... my brain seemed to have stopped during that break. I can't think of any words now. You think that it would be right up there in the police's list of priorities to prevent the emergence of an actual real-life humans serial killer. So to just dismiss it with no evidence would be bizarre. So perhaps the evidence all along was false. This story that they were giving us, that it was a person, maybe that was something that they decided early on and then just tried to make the evidence fit that story. without re-evaluating what it is that drew them to that conclusion in the first place. And if that's true, then the police have come out of this looking like a bunch of dopes. And I say that with the greatest respect. And you would think that the police wouldn't want to make it appear as though they were dopes. I mean, you know, they're having a hard enough time as it is, what with the cuts and everything, and the climbing crime rate and so on. You'd think that they would be protecting their, again, there seems to have something, maybe there's something in that tea. Polonium, I bet. So while I grasp around and ask for a dictionary, here is a call in Suffolk. Hello, Laura.
Hello, it's not actually Laura, it's Laurel.
Laurel.
Suffolk. I'm sitting here, I was sitting in bed, I'm now downstairs, but I was laughing, but I'm laughing and crying at the same time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually wondering if our country's gone mad.
A little bit.
No, I'd be more worried about the ladybirds with lots of dots on their backs, as well as the red.
There hasn't been that many this year. Usually,
no, you're correct.
Yeah, usually you open your window. They haven't opened in a while, and there's thousands of them, all hugger-mugger, all on top of each other, sheltering from the cold or whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
no, you're perfectly right.
But there aren't any this year. Huh?
That's right. Yeah, maybe others have beaten them. Hopefully those red squirrels may come back. Anyway, about this cat. Firstly, I'd like to say to the lady who phoned up earlier, whose cat had been, she described its feet had been cut off, the fur had been left on the feet and left. I feel ever so sorry for her. She's probably gone to bed crying her eyes out. First of all, I've lived in London, I've lived abroad, and I also now live in Suffolk. I've lived in the countryside, I'm now living in a small town. And we have...
Wow, are you on the run from the law? You seem to have stopped in many places, Laurel.
No.
Very suspicious.
Okay, no, I'm definitely not I'm actually a vegetarian.
Okay.
Anyway,
well, wouldn't it be bizarre if the identity of the person who was doing the killing, if indeed it was a person, was a vegetarian?
That would be right. Well, that would be like Hitler, wouldn't it? Sorry.
Not really.
No. Anyway, no.
Not even
rabbits,
slightly.
seriously.
But anyway.
Rabbits, anyway. Rabbits. My cats used to bring, when I lived out in the countryside, near to where the town is that I live now, my cats actually used to bring back, let's call it I presumed it was roadkill, and rabbits, that my cats would bring back rabbits that were killed by foxes, where they'd been ripped. You know, they are ripped, like that lady described to you earlier.
Right.
And I've noticed in London, where my family lives, people feed the foxes, as a gentleman in the last call had mentioned to you.
Yeah, idiots. Feeding the foxes. What are you thinking of, people?
And I know that foxes do live behind people's sheds with their cubs, and they get fed, and and I know people live on the outskirts, sort of near Epping Forest, who feed foxes, and and we also know that foxes do kill people's chickens out in in the countryside for no reason whatsoever, just for a bit of fun. And we know that nature is nature, unfortunately. Now, there's a question I'd like to pose to you here. First of all, when my cats have brought these rabbits home to my house, well, I'd say half a rabbit, and I used to bury this half a rabbit in my garden because I'm a kind person like that, and with my children standing next to me with half a rabbit. Because my children are in tears.
Yeah. Did you tell them that you're burying it so that it might grow?
Well, no, it got quite embarrassing because I said, I'm burying this rabbit. Well, they say, Mum, there's only half a rabbit. I said, well, if the other half a rabbit comes, we'll bury that one.
Yeah, bury that too,
And we're sending it to heaven, like you do with little kids. But the cats would bring them home. They certainly weren't, it certainly wasn't a clean cut, It's certainly been torn, and ripped, very clearly ripped. Now, a question I'd like to pose is, what about dogs? What if this was dogs being mutilated and left on people's doorsteps, and brought home by foxes? I'm just interested
Well, the difference would be that that dogs are so stupid that they can't be allowed out on their own, that they have to have their owners with them at all times, whereas cats are at least smart enough to be able to, negotiate outside without running away and never coming back.
Yeah, no, it's just that I had a situation a while ago, a couple of years ago. I'd rescued 3 little kittens that had been dumped, basically, nearby to my house, and they were only about 6 weeks old, bless them, and they were all killed by a local dog. And I was told at the time that cats are nature and dogs are pets. And
what does that mean? Who said that?
Well, this was it. That was the RSPCA, actually.
The RSPCA. My experience of the RSPCA is not that great. I had...
I don't want to slate the RSPCA.
Well, no, I can tell you what their reaction was to me calling them up and saying that I had a duck had just given birth to about 10 little yellow balls of fur on a balcony that was about four floors off the ground, from which they could not escape. What shall I do about it? And their response was essentially, we don't care.
Yeah, leave them there. Yeah, probably wring their necks. Seriously, but anyway.
So what was your question again? Oh, if it was dogs, then the people would be more upset. Yeah, well, I think that's the reason that dogs would have to be stolen from the inside or taken off you physically in the street. Plus, dogs are bigger, and foxes might not take after dogs. But what the police are saying is that the fox didn't kill the cats; that cars killed cats. And I think one of the reasons why cars kill cats is because people drive too blooming quickly. Even in built-up areas now that have 20-mile-an-hour limits. Those 20-mile-an-hour limits, they really are working well, ain't they?
No.
No, of course not. I have a very good reason why that is. I'll come to that in a minute. Charlene says, people have forgotten how to live with nature. How dare you say that an animal such as a fox doesn't have a right to be here? They have as much right to be here as we do. It's people like you who are responsible for us killing off native animals such as the native wolf. Oh, please. It's not people like me, it's people. Human beings have had to kill anything that poses a threat to our ability to survive. I mean, if you had to run the gauntlet of potential death every time you left the house and go to work, then we wouldn't have an economy. So, of course, we've had to take care of animals that might kill us on the way to the shops and back. It's not me, it's just people. Dal, I mean, would you be as concerned if we were talking about rats, not foxes? Because rats are people too, you know. Dal says, I've been feeding a family of foxes for a few years now. Oh, for crying out loud, Dal, you are part of the problem. He says, one time a ginger tabby chased a fox away from a lump of chicken, but the fox was so nimble that it ran a ring around the cat, back to the food, grabbed it and rang off sharpish. The cat looked miffed. The cat looked miffed. Well, that's not anthropomorphized, but that's pretty much how cats look. They have an air of miffed superciliousness, like Jacob Rees-Mogg. Same thing. Here's a call in Havant. Hello, Sarah.
Hello. How
Sarah,
are you, Nick? You
I'm
okay?
great, mate.
Good. Right, I'm phoning up because basically I am the Havant coordinator of Snarl. This person.
Well, now let's just for the benefit of people who don't know, Snarl is the South Norwood Animal Rescue and Liberty Organisation.
That is correct.
But you're in Portsmouth.
Yes, I'm in Portsmouth.
But so you're nowhere near South Norwood, or unless that's South Norwood.
No, nowhere near it.
Right.
I'm quite a distance away. Well, as like the police have said, that apparently it's a fox.
Yeah.
Foxes that are doing this. So the foxes from London must be taking day trips to Portsmouth and haven't. This person or persons have attacked in my area and Portsmouth roughly about 8 cats in the last year. We actually attended, won't go into much detail, but we attended one back in August, where the year before another cat was attacked on the same date. And basically, if the cats had been attacked by a fox, they wouldn't look so...
Yeah, but they're not attacked by a fox. The police, that's not what they're saying. The police saying that people drive into the cats and then the foxes come and take what's left.
But if I work for rescues down here, and I pick up a lot of RTA cats. The cats that
Remind us what RTA is? Road traffic accident, right? Okay.
Accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, and basically, if they've been hit by a car, there's a lot of blood at the scene.
I'm not sure that's true. Is it?
Well,
I found a dead badger in my road outside. That's a significantly large animal, bigger than a cat, that's for sure. It was huge, and it was lying there, dead as a doornail, but there was no blood of any kind. I'm guessing it got hit by a car.
Did you pick it up?
Huh?
Did you pick it up to have a look to see if there was blood underneath
Hell no.
No. Well, when you pick up an RTA cat, there's always blood underneath. Always. There's never...
yeah, but we're talking about something that was the size of a large dog. This thing was huge, and it was lying there in the road. If there had been blood, then it would have seeped out from underneath its body, surely.
It would have seeped out from its mouth, or...
yeah, well, there wasn't any. There wasn't any.
Anyway, what I'm saying is, I've been in attendance to some of the cats down here, and they basically look as if they're sleeping. One of them had a clean-cut neck, which wouldn't have been done by a fox, because if it had been done by a fox, it would have been nothing to it. It would have been ragged around, and there would have been a lot of blood at the scene, and there wasn't.
But you're not really an expert in this regard, though, are you, Sarah? And it could have been an injury sustained if it was hit by a car. I know that people really want to believe that it was a human being, or rather they really don't want to believe that it was another animal, because we're talking about people that profess to be animal lovers. I mean, the whole country professes to be a country of animal lovers, when we know we're not really, but only when it suits us, and only the species that we find to be cute.
Well, I'm a vegan, so I don't eat meat, so I love all nature, I love all animals.
Rats? Fleas?
Yeah, I love them.
You love rats and fleas?
Not so much. Yep. Rats are amazing. They're most intelligent. But, you know, have
you heard of a thing called the Black Death?
Yes, I have heard of that. But what my point is as well is, how can a headless rabbit be in a hutch that's locked, but apparently it's been attacked by a fox? It can't happen.
Right. Everything that people are describing, that this... I mean, we must be talking about a superhuman being with special powers to have got around every CCTV camera in the entire land, to never have had anybody clap eyes on him or her, and to be able to sneak in and out of people's gardens and rabbit hutches without being detected. I mean, the personality characteristics that you're prescribing here, I mean, who is it that's doing this? Superman?
Yeah, right. Well, it's probably someone that's very clever, that knows where there's CCTV.
Calm off it. They know every CCTV camera everywhere, and they also have escaped the observation of every human being alive who has a camera in their pockets. It's just not conceivable.
Well,
I know it's a bit of a letdown, and it seems it's against the story that we've been told for the last 3 years, and it is a bit of a letdown to realise that we're never going to get justice for these, these actions, because if it is what they're saying now is true, then people feel, they've sort of got a pot of boiling rage that they want to unleash on an individual, and it's a bit hard to do that on foxes unknown.
Well, it's foxes that are being attacked as well. It's not just cats, it's rabbits, foxes.
Well, foxes get hit by cars too. I mean, I see dead foxes in the road all the time.
Yeah, but foxes don't lose their heads and clean cut.
Well, I know people keep saying things like this, Sarah, but you don't have any actual evidence. You didn't see any of the cats that the police are talking about, particularly as you live in Portsmouth, not Croydon. But I appreciate the call. Frank says, police aren't interested when my house is burgled. What chance has a cat got? And Cleve in Chingford says, in the hour and a half that you've been on, the only thing we haven't heard in your world of idiocracy about foxes is alien intervention. Well, funny you should say that, Cleve. Get E.T. on the phone, and he can tell us his whereabouts over the past 3 years. The line's busy. Who's he phoning? Let's have Gravesend. Hello, Audrey.
Hello, Nick.
Audrey.
I'm going to argue with you.
Oh, no. I haven't got something else wrong, have I?
As I understood it, a lot of cats were killed, and you're putting it down to cars. I mean, how many cars killed how many cats?
Well, it's not me, it's the police.
Well, the police obviously had a very different point of view. That woman that was on just now, she said she must have heard the article that I heard on the radio from an RSPCA official, and he said that the injuries were not conducive with fox attacking them.
Yep, no, they were killed by cars.
But they weren't. Some of them had their throats cut. I know that they said don't be too graphic, and I don't want to be.
Yeah, but if you're hit by a car or a lorry or a motorbike or something like that, then it is going to cause cuts, isn't it?
No, he said that it was the cut. Oh, I hate this. The cut was a clean cut, and no fox would kill with a clean cut.
Right. Again, the fox didn't do the killing.
Sorry.
The fox is not the entity that did not the fox. The car hit the cat, and the fox picked the cat up.
I know, but if the car, whether a vehicle or an animal killed the cat, and this is getting to be like a circus. If it killed the cat, it was still a clean cut. Is what the RSPCA.
Okay, so one person said something that you agree with, and then you and I don't just mean you, Audrey, but people. It's like Brexit or any other issue of the day. Really, nobody has an open mind on anything anymore. You make a decision early on in the process, and then you only are prepared to take on board further information that backs up your original theory. It's as though I don't know. Did things used to be like this, or did we used to have more open and inquiring minds? Nobody's prepared to change their view about anything anymore. I mean, when I read that the police had given up on it, and they said that it was actually a fox, and people got and the cats were killed by cars, my eyebrows did raise a bit, because we'd been led along the path of the story about the Croydon the killer, and we must all come together as one to deal justice to this awful individual that is doing these terrible things. But to find out that we were led on a wild goose chase, so to speak, all along, is a bit deflating. There will not be any justice. And so I understand that people want to cling on to the idea that maybe we're being, lied to. The experts and the police and the RSPCA now are in cahoots with each other. They're trying to pull the wool over our eyes. But why would they do that? For what purpose? They just can't be bothered with it anymore? I mean, that's a bit of a stretch, ain't it?
Hard.
A UKIP thong.
Disgusting.
I mean, what sizes does that come in? Hefty and extra hefty. A UKIP thong. Nobody wants to see that. Put it away. Let me take this call, and then I'll get into the 20-mile-an-hour zones. Hayes, hello, Stephen.
Good morning, Nick.
Stephen.
Yeah, I don't buy the story about foxes killing the cats. No, this scavengers.
No, but they haven't killed them. The police are saying that cars killed them, and then foxes helped themselves.
Well, that's right, because they're scavengers.
Yeah.
Pure and simple. I mean, I've seen 2 foxes this last week. One over at my parents'. They actually feed it.
Oh.
They put food out for it, and they put scraps out for it.
Can you dissuade them from doing that for the benefit of all humankind?
No, he's very set in his ways.
Right.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'd do that.
Okay.
And he says he comes most nights, and he crosses the road, and he obviously does the rounds, and he won past my front door the other day, as bold as brass, and just looked me in the eye, and sort of strolled on. Totally not sure.
Yeah, they don't bother about us at all. And as they become more and more comfortable with us and learn not to fear us, then we're storing up a massive problem for the future. They saunter through my garden, and I clap my hands at them and wave my arms around, and they just stop and stare at me like I'm a moron.
Well, you never know. Some people might actually try and put a lead and a leash on it.
Well, then it would run away.
Or a collar and a leash. Well, you never know.
That would make it scarper.
Well, you never know.
Something to think about. All right, thanks a lot, Stephen. 0345 6060 973. Why isn't somebody doing something about it? Because the population of foxes has just gone completely out of control. And let me reiterate the thing about the parrots, which are awful things with a squeaking noise, and they shouldn't be here. We're going to have the exact same thing, and they outmuscle our mellifluous Tweety birds. Nobody wants to put up with that squawking. Okay, so it's a pretty green colour, but that's all they've got. But they're much more aggressive than our native birds, just as grey squirrels are more aggressive than the red squirrels. Wouldn't it be nice if we had still those cute little red squirrels instead of those grey rats that run up and down trees and try to nick your bird food? So somebody should be on the case and doing something about these parrots right now. They're an invasive species because they come over here. So anyway, there was this big idea to reduce speed and save lives. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, really badly. 20-mile-an-hour speed zones. They're here, there, and everywhere, baby. And the result of those is that the number of serious crashes has gone up, not down. Figures from 20 local authorities in England obtained by the Super Soaraway Sun showed that they spent £11 million on implementing 20-mile-an-hour speed limits over a period of 5 years, and the rate of road deaths and serious accidents went up instead of down. Oh, God. And the reason is, morons can't drive. I think you'll find that is correct. The rate of road deaths and serious accidents went up in the areas where they told you to drive more slowly. Experts at the AA have branded the spending a waste of money, with taxpayers shelling out on road safety schemes that could prove more dangerous than regular speed limits. In Bath and North East Somerset, the council spent £804,000 of your money on introducing slow zones between 2012 and 2017. But a report from 2016 shows the number of people killed or involved in serious crashes went up in 7 of the 13 zones in which they were implemented. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Yeah, I can. In Manchester, £1.7 million has been spent on 20-mile-an-hour zones since 2012. But figures show motorists aren't driving slowly. And crash rates went up on 20-mile-an-hour roads. They spent all that money and went to all that effort to put in 20-mile-an-hour signs and big marks on the road that says 20 miles an hour and big signs that say slow and those signs that light up and show your speed as you're going towards them. Vast amounts of money in order to get us to slow down. And did it? No! The reason that 20-mile-an-hour areas are dangerous, that it is actually unsafe to drive at 20 miles an hour. Now, you would think that it would be safer. I mean, you can stop more quickly, you're more in control of your car, you can see dangers more easily. And if you hit someone, or something, it'll be far less damaging than if you were going at 30. You'd think it would be a great step forward in road safety. But it isn't. And the reason that 20-mile-an-hour areas are dangerous is because stupid morons refuse to drive that slow. They just won't do it. As though all of those signs are for somebody else, that it has no relevance to them in any kind whatsoever. Every time I see one of these 20 mile an hour zones and I start driving through it, my heart sinks. And as my heart sinks, my shoulders go up in anticipation of the tension to come, because I know that within moments there's going to be somebody right up my exhaust pipe, flashing their lights and sounding their horn and trying to get by, either undercutting me or overtaking, just desperate to get ahead, because they have a busy appointment at home, scratching themselves and watching television. I'm so sick of other people on the road, really. It's just... The moment that the steering wheel is removed from cars and robots take over the driving cannot arrive soon enough.
Correct.
People can't be trusted to drive. So for people like me who actually are stupid enough to obey the limits, because I don't want to kill any children or cats that might run into the street, or we think that it's just not polite to rush through a built-up area like you're in a video game, people like me just get some mouth-breathing knuckle-dragger up our exhaust pipe, flashing their lights and honking their horn because they're late to go home. So it increases tension and increases the speed, and you're looking in your rearview mirror at the aggressive Neanderthal behind you as you plough into a woman pushing a baby across the road. When they brought in these areas, I said over and over again that they would need... I mean, that's fine, go ahead and do it, no problem. But you are going to need average speed cameras to go with them, because they're the only things that make people behave around. Average speed cameras are the only things I've ever seen that actually make people drive at the correct speed. Human beings need constant supervision like a baby. I think there should be a new policy on people in cars. Because they just don't care about the young or the old or anyone in between. It's just, it's all about themselves. 80% of drivers ignore 20 mile an hour speed limits in residential areas. 80%. That's a Department for Transport survey. Now, if 80% said that they ignore them, or were caught ignoring them, that means 100%, well, except me and maybe you, 100% of everybody just completely ignores those signs, like they don't exist, like they're just put there to prettify the road. Make it look more attractive. 20 is such a nice number. The 20 is plenty scheme is, they put it in areas where there are lots of people living. Kids running around, pussycats, puppy dogs, that kind of thing. Near schools, near care homes. But people in cars don't care about any of that. They're in control of a big piece of metal, which makes them invincible and right. Especially a 4x4, because they're bigger, which makes them right-er. And anyone who questions their ineptitude in driving, or who drives in a way that is different from their own, is seen as a threat to their sense of superiority. It's like shouting in their face that they're an idiot. Well, they are an idiot. I think there should be a new policy on people in cars. Everyone in a hatchback and an off-roader should have their vehicle crushed while they're in it. And that goes double for anyone who rides a motorbike that you can hear from 3 towns away. What is wrong with those people? How can you stand it? That is an excellent question, maybe, from now until the end of time. This show will only be dealing with people who drive motorbikes that you can hear from 100 miles away. Is there something mentally wrong with you? Why are they allowed to sell them? Why do they make so much noise when a similar-sized engine in a car is virtually inaudible? Are you trying to compensate for something remiss in the Donald Trump department? I think that people who drive a motorbike that can be heard from more than one street away should be put through a meat grinder feet first. Unless that's an overreaction, in which case I withdraw that comment.
Let's get back to it.
Yes, it being, in this instance, Sean in Durham. Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
I am great. Thanks for asking.
No problem, mate. It should be banned for life, like.
Who should?
Speeders.
It's catching them. What is the problem, Sean?
Oh, the cats.
What?
I've got a cat. Anybody that killed my cat, I tell you. Yeah?
Right. Okay, well, thanks for passing that on, Sean. I'll keep that in mind. 0345 6060 973. Langley, hello, Dion.
Yeah, evening, Nick. I wonder, what was all that about?
I don't know.
No, never mind.
Well, it fits right in with the rest of the programme, because I've got no idea what that was about either.
Well, as soon as you mentioned cats and furry animals, they all come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on about speeding and that. It's the new thing that's creeping up near my area is these e-bikes.
What, people on bikes?
Well, it might as well be. The electric push bike.
Ah, well, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's not youngsters because they're so expensive. They're sort of people in their 30s.
Yes.
And
well, it's like a car alternative. They are very, very expensive. They're, thousands of pounds, aren't they?
Average around about 1,200-1,500, yeah.
Wow. That's a lot for a bike, but it's a cheap car.
Yeah, because they go fast as well. I think do about 40 kilometres an hour, so say about 30 mile an hour. And there's no law against them doing it, breaking the law.
Yeah, but these bikes are, they only become electric powered when you run out of puff, don't they? When you're going up a hill or something like that, or you just can't be bothered anymore. I mean, it's not like a motorbike, which is fully...
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it?
You can have them electric all the time if you want.
Oh, right.
As long as the battery keeps charged up. And they zoom around on them as if, up the pavements, down the pavements, the other side of the road. And like I say, the speed they do. And they can't be easy to stop because they're just a normal bike. They've only got normal brakes. So if you're doing 30 mile an hour and you have to stop it quick,
yeah,
you've got no chance. And they,
And they're driving on pavements.
Yeah, all
in
over.
Langley in Berkshire.
Yeah, it's like a semi-rural area. And, one day someone's going to get hit by one.
Yeah, no doubt.
And you know what? Bikes can do a lot of damage. But really, I mean, there's just no law for them. They're just treated like a normal push bike.
Oh, so, okay. The difference being between them and a motorbike is that a motorbike has a registration plate.
Yeah, and then you have to have a licence and insurance. And
right.
An MOT.
Well, that does seem to be something of a gap, yeah. But then you don't have to pass a test, and you don't have to have any evidence of identification if you're on a bicycle. You can kill someone by hitting them on a bicycle as well.
Yeah, and now you've got them that are automatically powered and do, so I say, that 30 mile an hour.
Yeah. Well, it seems like a great step forward. I mean, I think it's something to be encouraged, bicycling in general, just as long as I don't personally have to do it.
Exactly, I'm the same. I can't remember the last time I rode a bike.
No, me neither.
I like four wheels and on the ground.
Yeah, precisely, and a roof, and air conditioning and a stereo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
But that's for me personally. I would much prefer it if nobody else had that and everybody else was on a bike. Unless that's a selfish thing to say, in which case I withdraw it.
But no, I mean, there's a few of them 20 mile an hour limits around here. They're normally, like you say, they're bicycles.
They're cropping up everywhere. I mean, they're absolutely everywhere now. If you're driving through the centre of any urban area, you'll find them, you'll be surrounded by them. You'll also be surrounded by furious morons who don't think that any speed limit applies to them.
I know, they're not. Well, you can stereotype them. They're normally young males in a hatchback.
Yes, I'll go with hatchback, yes, but I don't think we can get women, we can give women a pass here, because women are just as stupid behind the wheel as men are.
Oh, exactly, yeah. But...
And there's inconsiderate parking as well. I mean, the amount of women that I see hopping out of 4x4s, which they've gaily parked in a disabled space at the supermarket, well, there's just... all of them, pretty much every car in a disabled space at the supermarket is a gigantic 4x4 with a fully able person hopping in and out of it.
Well, I live next door to a corner shop, and it's a very quiet road I live on. But instead of parking sort of 20 yards past the shop, it's normally women, like you say, 4x4s, taking the kids to school. They just stop in the road right opposite the shop and get out.
Mm-hmm. Well, their attitude is, it's my right, I can do what I want. And if you politely point out, or, as I once did, give them my patented stare of disapproval, they just go berserk.
1,000-yard stare. Yeah.
No, that's different. That's when in a previous life you've killed one of them. Yeah. Now, I wouldn't go that far, but I would show my disapproval, which I have done, and then they just go completely off the rails. They're just like mad people.
As if you're in the wrong.
Oh, completely. Yeah, like it's my fault that they're stupid idiots and they park indiscriminately and without thought or care for anybody else.
I don't know. I mean, I tend not to drive a lot now.
Well, thank goodness for that, Dion. That's one more off the road.
Yeah, it is. I just don't enjoy driving anymore.
I can't imagine why anybody would enjoy driving now. It's a chore. It's a chore to arrive alive at your chosen destination by avoiding the stupidity of people that you pass and are driving with along the way. It's just, life's become an assault course.
Especially in London. Why people want to drive in London, I do not know. I mean, I used to live there, but it's a lot different now.
When you drive somewhere else and then you come into London, I mean, I used to live in Leeds for about 6 months. And I can remember, because I used to drive back every couple of weeks. And as soon as you get into the North Circular, it's a bit alarming. It's almost like you're getting behind the wheel for the first time, because suddenly all the cars are jammed really close together, and you think, these lanes are too narrow. I'm never going to get through that gap. And there's lorries around you, and everybody's furious and late and speeding, and there's a certain frisson with driving in London. Yeah, try going around Hyde Park Corner, I double dare you.
I think should have to take a separate test if you live and drive in London.
I think that people should be tested like school children. I think that exams are not the solution to the problem. What you actually need is constant supervision. You need what do they call it? Rolling. Suddenly I can't think of any words.
That's gone midnight.
It has, yeah.
Yeah, it just.
But that was not an excuse when I lost my mind at 11:30.
That's with all the people moaning about cats.
It must be, yeah.
Yeah, but it's been a good show anyway. It's been.
Well, I did mention Brexit once, but I think I got away with it.
Yeah, I'm glad I was going to have a Brexit-free evening.
Yeah.
But there you go. But there's plenty of time for that in the morning.
There'll be time for it tomorrow morning and the morning after and every other morning for the rest of our lives.
Yes.
There's something to look forward to. All right, thanks a lot, Dion. Yeah, people should be tested continuously. I've said this before, and people bridled at the very thought of it, but every single car, vehicle of any kind, should have some sort of tracking device in it, which should be tracked from space, and a detailed file be made of our driving, the distance that we drive from the car in front, the speed that we're going when we're doing it, and how considerate and kind and thoughtful we are as a human being. And if we transgress any of the rules, then the vehicle you're in should be shut off automatically from space, and you get to walk home. How does that sound? Hands up who's in agreement. Show of hands. No one. Just me. I think that would solve a lot of problems, because apparently we are only able to adhere to rules and regulations regarding the road when we are being constantly monitored, as in those average speed camera areas. You know, some local council or the Department of Transport will have put 86,000 million cones on a road that you're trying to get through in order to protect the workmen that aren't there. And they'll put up average speed camera. You must not go above 50 miles an hour from this moment on until we tell you otherwise. And they've got those large yellow cameras monitoring your progression. And every single person on that road is doing exactly 50. You can't do 49 because people behind you will want to shoot you. So you have to do exactly 50. So everybody on that road is staring at their speedometer. They've got no idea what's in front of them. The most important thing is to do precisely 50, not 51 and not 49. Constant supervision, that's what we need. Constant, we need to have all of the information about all of our driving and how we are with other people on the road in perpetual monitoring by the government, who should take immediate action if we fall foul of any of the rules and regulations. We need to be looked after like babies. I think the human race has grown to the collective age of about 2. Chris in Cardiff says, yes, I totally agree with your observations on moron motorists, 100%. I live on a busy road in the suburbs. Cars routinely travel at excessive speed with reckless disregard for themselves and, crucially, others, e.g. pedestrians. And don't get me started on selfish parking. I think maybe one of the reasons that dopey people in 4x4s park in disabled spaces is because the cars are so gigantic that they wouldn't be able to get out if they parked in a normal parking space with cars on either side. That, and they're just, totally selfish and inconsiderate people. I think it goes with choosing a car that sits you in a superior position above everybody else. I think the one goes with the other. East Grinstead, hello, Jennifer.
Oh, hello, yes. Hello, Nick. I like your show.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Put in the comic bits.
Yes.
But seriously, about this road business, it's just unbelievable. I'm living on a 20 mile an hour zone outside and right angles to traffic. And in 2016, the police said to me, get the numbers. So I said, well, I'm not going at my age, standing out in the cold at the end of summer.
So, no, hang on, just back up a sec. So you were complaining to the police about the idiot drivers.
Yes.
And they told you to do police work for them.
Well, in so many words, yes, get the numbers.
Right.
So I said, I'm at right angles to traffic and I can't see the numbers. And then one day, unfortunately, I saw a little white van and I saw this going along. It was about the 35 and I mentioned it. And the next thing I see this police car, which must have come from Haywards Heath or somewhere. And, it was, I don't know if it cropped him or somebody else, but the one I really wanted was a sports car, a red sports car, which was going about 50 along this piece of road. It's the B2110, which is between the statue of Sir Archibald Mackindo, which is the same side of the road as me, College Lane. And
well, don't give us your address, Jennifer.
No, quite. Well, anyway, as I say. In the daytime, we have great difficulty getting out of our property. There's a white line, so they can't park. But there's coaches sometimes parked for the visitors. Quite a lot of people come here to see the old houses and everything else. It's on the Meridian line. And, and then the cars are parked either side of the road, so they go a bit slower then. But as soon as it comes to 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, they speed down.
Everybody goes berserk, like Jekyll and Hyde.
Yes.
So did you actually pass any of this information on to the police? I mean, I can't believe that they would actually do something, even if you did have the names and dates and license plate numbers.
The end result in 2016 was, according to the police officer, who wrote a letter to me via the Sussex or whoever they were, I sort of went all around the houses and said, we need a camera. And they say, well, you have to apply to, I don't know, Sussex Highway.
Fill out 100 forms.
Yes. And the long and short of the story was that this police officer who's here Monday to Friday, I don't know how many he has with him, he's operating at police section 10 till 2, but it obviously goes round a bit longer. And he wrote me a letter saying, there is a hump, but so minute you can hardly see it outside the entrance of the place. And he said, we did actually buy a piece of equipment to put down, but the best bit was somebody stole it before they...
Oh, that sounds about right, yeah.
And then, of course, now, people down the end of the road, at the roundabout, the big roundabout Beeching Way, have said that somebody's going to be killed. But when I first got here in the 1960s, it was the badgers that were being killed. But they've been wise enough to go somewhere else. And the school children go under the roads in a underground tunnel to the local school.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd all be killed.
Right. Okay, well, I hope that nothing untoward happens and they increase the size of that hump.
Well, I don't think they will. In fact, one...
No, you know how much a hump actually costs? This will give you the hump, just thinking about it. £10,000. I read this a long time ago. I couldn't believe my eyes. £10,000 is what it costs to put a so-called sleeping policeman outside your house, Jennifer, which only has the result of making people slow to go over it and then put their foot down and speed off afterwards. So it would actually increase the noise level in your house.
The big cars are too wide. They miss the hump completely.
Right.
Or else they go down the middle of the road.
Yeah. Yes, in between the humps, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. I hope it all works out for you. Keep a note of any miscreants up your way. Robin Sutton says, e-bikes in this country are restricted to a maximum assisted speed of 15 mile an hour. Well, that's plenty fast. That's alarmingly quick. I think that's also about the speed that those Motability scooters go at. You know, those sit-on driving things, of which I suspect 90% of them in this country are actually being used in Bognor Regis. I've never seen so many. They aren't as numerous in a showroom, I bet. What is it with the people of Bognor Regis that they can't walk about? But they do go at some speed, those things. Then, because I was sitting in a park enjoying the pizza in Bognor Regis, some of the best pizza I've ever had in my life. And they were just zooming by, often with a very, very old, fat, tired dog, desperately trying to keep up behind. Tower Hamlets, hey Terry.
Oh, hello, Nick. Yes, I'm just wondering, every driver, right, that includes you, with respect,
what?
I think they're the best drivers out and all the others are stupid.
Yes.
All my mates are the same. They always won't moan about other drivers, and they're rubbish and all themselves. You know, and I'm just wondering if you're one of them.
No,
you know,
the only difference between me and them, Terry, is that I am a superb driver.
There's one thing you're right about, because I've noticed in the last 6 months, more and more sleeping policemen are going up all round our way, round my way.
I hate bumps in roads. It just drives me mad, because I know that they're ruining... I've got a 20-year-old car. It can't take it.
I see a car going over one of them the other day, right, like you say, he's slow...
Then gliding smoothly through the area, making a minimum amount of noise and pollution. The speeding up and the slowing down part, that's what's killing us, that is.
Yeah. Anyway, never mind, because in years to come, there'd be no drivers, it'd be just cars on their own, the robot cars. So
I know, I can't wait till that happens.
Then we've got to worry about pedestrians then, we'll be bumping into each other as well then.
No, robots will take care of all of that.
Affirmative.
Because they're way smarter than we are.
Correct.
There's something to look forward to. Let's hope we live long enough. Thanks a lot, thanks a lot, Terry. Anna says, as you've just pointed out, car drivers are morons. A quiet motorbike is a death trap because these idiot motorists only know a motorbike is near them if the noise wakes them up. Yeah, I'm not sure that you do actually note. In a car, you don't notice that a motorbike is near you because they're past you by the time you hear them. And, you don't see them in your rearview mirror or your side mirrors because drivers never use those mirrors for anything other than checking their makeup or to see whether they've got sleep in the corner of their eyes. Maneuver, signal, mirror. That's how it goes. We're about to get a revolution in automobile. The noise. Never mind about the pollution part. I mean, which is very, very important. It's the noise part. Noise pollution. What concerns me. I mean, it doesn't matter if I lose my marbles because of pollution. I haven't got many marbles to lose. It won't make much difference. I don't really need them doing this job. But it's the noise part. I mean, how marvellous would that be if traffic didn't make a noise? Apart from the inescapable noise of a tyre on tarmac. But the idea that you're going to have to then artificially make an electric vehicle sound like an ordinary car to alert people that you're coming is just stupid. Unless the noise that they make would become, I don't know, some sort of ambient noise. Like the sound of waves. Yowza. But then people aren't going to think, oh, that sound of waves is a lorry bearing down upon me run by a battery. They're just going to think, this sounds like the seaside. And that'll be the last thought they ever have. Linda says, I'm with you. I used to love driving, but nowadays it only costs too much to drive for pleasure. Oh, it not only costs too much to drive for pleasure, but there's also no pleasure in potholes, avoiding idiots and traffic jams. Correctamundo, Linda. Yeah, driving for pleasure. That's, I think that's ancient history. Not no more. And people are the problem. Jay says, I would put an end to speeding motorists. Once identified by camera, spikes would automatically rise in the road to stop them and make them buy a new set of tyres. They wouldn't do it again, says Jay. Well, I can see a problem with that, because a spike may actually kill a pussycat. Or a person who happened to be just wandering by minding their own affairs. So, never mind about spikes in the road. How about spikes in the seats that we're sitting on? Installed by law. Which could go off at any minute. That would make people more circumspect. Bromley, Tony.
Good evening, Nick. How you doing?
All right, thanks.
Nick, 3 years ago, I bought one of these electric bikes. One of your previous callers was talking about it. I thought it'd be a good idea to ride around on one. I paid £1,500 for it.
Wow, and that's a lot of money for a bike, ain't it?
Well, you say that, but it's not, because in this day and age, I mean, I've now changed to a normal bike, but I'll come on to that. Now, normal bikes, I mean, to the average punter, yes, £1,500 sounds like a lot of money. But the current bike I've got costs £3,000, and that's got no electric.
£3,000?
£3,000, yeah, and that's not even expensive. That's quite a basic bike.
No, Tony, that is expensive. How can a bike cost £3,000?
Well, they've got all these specialist components on them, and gears, and they're lightweight, carbon fibre, and all this kind of thing. But there are bikes out there, I kid you not, that a lot of cyclists buy that cost £8,000, £10,000.
That is completely insane. Unless they're bikes for people who are, doing Olympic trials and such. Yeah, but if it's just to get to work and back, you're out of your mind.
Well, getting to work and back is quite hard work. If you're commuting 10 miles each way, 20 miles, it's 100 miles a week. You could probably do with a decent bike, to be fair. But the point I wanted to make was the previous caller came on and said these electric bikes are whizzing around and they're going at 30 miles an hour. And there's no, well, you've already read out a tweet and said, you are right in that they are limited to 15 miles an hour. I discovered the hard way, because I got this electric bike 3 years ago. I got on it, I started pedaling, and 15 miles an hour. I mean, a man, Usain Bolt, can run at 27 miles an hour, so you're going virtually half the speed a man can run, if you think about it in those terms.
Well, it's not half the speed that I can run.
No, but you could probably run 15 miles an hour.
I'm not sure.
It's slow on a bike. It's really slow on a bike.
Really?
That's the point. Yeah, and it's the UK law is they can't go above 15 miles an hour. So I was riding along normally, because like you say, you don't have to press the electric button. And then when I felt I needed the assistance, I pressed it, and nothing happened. And I thought, oh, it's
because you were already going too fast.
I was already going 15 miles an hour, so I was getting no assistance, which is why I swapped it in the end for a real bike. I was a bit too fit.
So am I right in thinking that really the electric part is just for when you're going uphill and you haven't got the puff?
Yeah, absolutely spot on. That's what it should be for. And to be honest, an electric bike is a lot heavier than a normal bike.
Yeah, well, they look it.
Tough going along anyway. But it's good. Do you know what? I think an electric bike is so good for people who might not be fit, who might be fighting the pill, like people who might be elderly, and it gets them about. I think they're brilliant. So bikes in general are so slated by the public, and it really gets on my wick because
it would be such a better country if as many people rode a bike here as did in Holland, for instance. I mean, I know Holland is flat, but we got flat here too.
You see people honking at bikes all the time. I commute by car because I can't. I have to use my car to do my job. So I'm a car driver and a bike rider. So I see both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
What annoys me about car drivers is the fact they go mad about cyclists on the road. But what they don't realise is these 100 bikes that might be in front of them on the road of a morning.
Mm-hmm.
If those people, if those 100 people were in cars, Christ, they'd be
then they'd really be in trouble. Yeah. Then they'd really have something to whine about.
So I do have a problem with people, and your caller who was from Langley, who said these people are whizzing around on electric bikes at 30 miles on the pavement. What utter toss!
Well, maybe they're whizzing about at 15 mile an hour on the pavement, which is still bad enough.
They possibly are, but there are laws. He said there's no laws about electric bikes, but there are quite strict laws about them.
Well, there may be laws about what they can and can't do and how you should and shouldn't ride them, but no, it's irrelevant because you're not going to be picked up for any infraction of the rules, are you?
I reckon these people he sees don't have electric bikes. I reckon he's seeing younger people on normal bikes, because you can get your speed up. I can get up to 30 miles an hour on my bike.
Well, what kind of bike is it? Is it one of these ones where you're bent over at the waist, like a drop handlebar, drop handlebars?
Yeah, known as a road bike.
Right.
In cyclist terms, it's called a road bike.
Why would you want one of those bikes? You see, what I liked about Holland, a few times that I've been there, is everybody sits up on their bikes. There isn't any of that bent over, furious pedalling that we have over here. That's kind of
and those bikes are called sit up and beg bikes, and you're right, they're really good for poodling around town.
Exactly,
they're good for the general population. But if it's like anything, Nick. If you get into the sport slightly, if you get into something, then you, after 6 months, you're feeling fitter. You want to go slightly faster, and you start reading magazines and looking on the internet, and all the
not while you're riding, I hope.
Well, some people might. I can possibly comment.
I bet they would. Yeah.
So it is, and you get. I bought a bike, and I thought I want a more expensive one, before you know it, your whole wages are going on cycling. But it's a fun sport. It's a good sport. It's a clean sport.
I'm on about 3 or 4 bikes a year now, man. But I can handle it.
Yeah, that's it.
Sore thighs at the moment. That's all.
It's funny with bikes because there is bike snobbery, and there's all, you've got your hippies, your hipsters who like their fixie bikes that the gears don't change, and they like to ride around thinking they're cooler than everyone else, and there's people
with their stupid jeans and their stupid beards, and I hate them.
And then there's the lycra louts like me, who car motorists hate because we're close to the road.
Just need to calm down, slow down just a little bit, Tony. Smell the diesel fumes.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Take a deep breath. All right, cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Sounds like part of the problem to me. Here is Twickenham. Hello, Jack.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making your call.
No problem. Listen, I just got my first speeding prosecution notice ever. I had a clean
license. Really? Guilty!
Clean license all my life. Just turned 50, and I drive a lot, and it was variable speed limit on the motorway.
Which motorway?
I think it was the
M25.
The M4.
Oh, the M4.
M25 or M4 coming back from Cornwall after 4 hours.
People don't seem to understand that the M25, which is, I think, has more accidents than any other motorway. In that it might be per mile driven or just generally, but probably it tops the table in both instances. More crashes on the M25 than any other road in the entire country, I think. That's because it's absolutely chock full of morons who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, well, basically, I thought I was doing...
Please speak directly into the phone, Jack.
Yeah, I am.
That's better.
So basically, I wasn't doing any dangerous driving.
Yeah.
I think I was looking at the on my speedometer. There's a red dash that tells you what to go, and I think and because I was looking at that, and there was hardly any traffic.
It weren't me, Your Honour. I ain't done nothing.
No, I know. I did it. But the thing is, there wasn't any. I didn't feel like I was doing anything dangerous. I'm just putting it out there that perhaps it's bad driving that causes accidents rather than speeding.
I hesitate to bring this subject up because in the back of my mind I think, you know what, I'm bellyaching about other people who don't know how to drive and they're speeding and so on, and I'm going to get a ticket on the way home because I'm fiddling with the radio because an Ed Sheeran track came on.
Boring!
And I had to fling it out the car just to make it stop. But
I want to see tickets for people throwing cigarettes out of windows, for undertaking,
tailgating,
for spitting gum on pavements,
and using their horn unless it's to alert other people to a danger. Yeah, it's not just a method of communication.
There's more danger in walking down the high street in Witten, where I live, from young children doing wheelies all the way down.
Oh, yeah, so there seems to be a rash of that lately.
On the pavement, Nick.
Well, never mind about on the pavement, in the middle of the road, going the wrong way down the middle of the road.
I know.
Idiots.
I had a car full of 5 of my family. I could put my hand on my heart and say, I don't think I was doing anything dangerous. I think there's a way of going through those.
You keep trying to explain this to me, Jack, and it doesn't get any better.
Thing is, when I learned to drive in the early 90s, I don't remember there being any variable speed limit things.
No, well, there wasn't.
So how are we supposed to know how they work?
You just obey the signs as they're presented to you. And this happened on your 50th birthday.
No,
well, never mind. Better luck next year. Thanks a lot, Jack. Sounds guilty to me. It's just really hard to keep up these days about what might happen between now and, just name any point in the future. So I will. 10 p.m. this evening.
With Nick Abbott.
I'd like to punch him in the face. What the hell is going on?
Well, first of all, let's have the good bad news. According to meteorologists, this is the bad part of the news. The good part is to come. So don't get upset at the bad part of the news because there is a good part on the way. According to meteorologists, Britain could be battered by snowstorms for 4 months this winter. You've got to be kidding me. Experts. It's experts. Anybody remotely interested in the opinion of experts?
No.
They say that the coming winter could bring an ice blast even chillier than last year's beast from the east. What will we call it? I should have thought of that before I said it out loud. I don't know. Over to you. Anybody got any ideas?
Negative.
But as no one is interested in the opinion of experts, I think we can safely ignore this. Snow for 4 months. The claim that the dip in temperature could happen as early as November due to an extreme low-pressure system that could plunge the country into a 4-month whiteout when air from the Atlantic and the Arctic clash, triggering ice storms all over the country.
Oh, no.
Exacta Weather is what they're called, the forecasting company, which makes it sound as though they know what they're talking about. I mean, exacta weather sounds like it would be precise, don't it? They've got a forecaster called James, and he told the Daily Express that the onset of an El Niño warming of the eastern Pacific Ocean and changes in air patterns over the tropics could also keep the country in freezing temperatures through December, January and February. I think we've all learned something, haven't we? Every now and again this shows like an education, ain't it? No, not really, no. If true, the coming winter could be the coldest December since records began in 1910. However, long-range forecasts only give a rough indication of what may happen. In other words, you ask a weather forecaster what's going to happen, and they'll just shrug their shoulders and say, well, if they're being honest, I don't know. We've got no idea. Why are you asking us? You know, they have a computer the size of a football pitch to organise their thought about this whole weather issue. And have they got anything right yet? The Met Office says it cannot accurately forecast the weather more than 30 days. Oh, I did chuckle when I read that. They can't. They've got no idea what's going to happen more than 30 days in advance. Implying that they know what's going to happen exactly within 30 days. Meteorologist James said December is likely to be colder than average, and we are expecting several widespread snowy periods. He said this year we're expecting potentially hazardous winter conditions from early on in the season. But that's the future, which is later. How about more now-ish? And so I looked at the Met Office website. They're so blooming confident about their ability to predict within the next 30 days. And what they say is that next week it'll turn much more settled and sunny. You see, I told you there was going to be good news. And it will become warmer. I think we'll take that. And for the rest of September? Largely settled with long periods of sunshine and generally light winds. Excellent. And for October, they say generally settled and drier conditions are likely across many parts of the UK, particularly across the south. It should bring a good deal of sunshine with any wet and windy weather. Gosh, that's hard. You try it with any wet and wind. See, twice I've failed. Faceplant. I'll have another go. This should bring a good deal of sunshine with any wet and windy weather likely to be mostly confined to the north. Well, we'll pretend that we didn't hear that last bit. So all in all, pretty good. We accept this forecast. And it's a pretty good end to the best summer ever. And it's all thanks to global warming. Thank you. We appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. Well, Mrs. M certainly showed the Europeans a thing or two. In a dramatic retaliation to her Salzburg humiliation. This is the Sun. The Prime Minister blasted Brussels for a lack of respect. R-E-S-P-C-E-T. And so it's a lack of respect that she blasted them for, and for making the fundamental mistake of underestimating her resolve to keep her Chequers deal alive. Why are you bothering, Mrs. M? No one wants it. I mean, how's insisting on it working out for you so far?
Fabulous.
Mrs. M made a rare live address from number 10's state dining room. It doesn't look big enough to have a state dining room. It looks like a modest house, but it might be like the TARDIS when you get inside. It might be huge mungus. I don't know. Why would I know? Anyway, they've got a state dining room, if you please, and she made an address from it, which was rare. Have you heard? And I'll sum it up for you in a sound effect. She said, there you are, take that, you unelected overlords of the European socialist experiment. She insisted the ball was now in their court to make the Chequers work or face no deal. And she's still going on about that no deal is better than a good deal, or a good deal is better than no deal, or I can't remember. Nobody's paying attention to you anymore, Mrs. M. I think pretty much to most people now it just sounds like which is exactly what she said from the stateroom of number 10. She just puts out the same question, and they keep giving us the same answer. Am I missing something here? The ball is now in their court. Am I hallucinating? Or has she been asking them the same thing for years? And they said no then, and they continue to say no now. And she says, oh, well, you didn't like that proposal? Okay, well, I'll put it in a new folder. How about now? And they say no. And she says, well, how about if I put a bow on it? How'd you like it now? And they say no. Well, how about if I shred it and I present it to you in a bin bag? How'd you like it now? And they say no. They say no, 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 no. And each time they say no to the same question, the reply is greeted with stunned amazement on our part. as though it's the rudest thing we've ever heard. They said no. Why do we keep asking them the same blooming question? Which part of no do you not understand, Mrs. M? Is it the N or the O part? Theresa May hit out, throughout this process, I have treated the EU with nothing but respect. The UK expects the same. Well, you actually haven't. Because continuing to ask them the same question over and over and expecting a different answer is not treating them with respect. In fact, it's the opposite of that. She accused the EU of making a fundamental mistake. If it thought she would agree to any deal that threatened the UK's integrity. Big mistake. Huge. Mrs. M said the EU should be clear. I will not overturn the result of the referendum, nor will I break up my country. And we will fight them on the beaches and we will never surrender. I like that part. In fact, well, I didn't. It grated on me. My country. My country. So, yeah, she'll continue to ask them the same question again and again and again, and we can ask Einstein what he thinks about that. It's the first sign of madness. Keep on doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Get Einstein on the phone, and he'll explain it to us. In German. Tony says, what about the blast that will last? Oh, for the thing. Well, that's not bad. If it's going to be 4 months of snow, then the blast that will last. That sounds pretty good. Elton says, call it The Beast from the East 2. It's not a film. And this text says, what about The Pest from the West? I thought we'd had that one already. Well, I mean, I don't normally appreciate it, but listeners with material, I will accept it in this instance only. Keep them coming in if you have a thought. So, I'll take a break and I'll go in and calm down a little bit. Shh, calm. And I'll come back and I'll talk about the Migration Advisory Committee, because they have issued a statement about the people who come over here. And it doesn't make much sense. But it was collated by people with Professor before their name, so I guess they're experts in something and probably know a little bit more about everything than me. So I'll relate what they say and why I don't think it makes any sense. I'll take it from here. Paul says, why is the Prime Minister, who said Brexit means Brexit, surprised when Brexit means Brexit? But what does Brexit mean? That could be a question from now to the end of time. It would occupy us forever. Means individual things to individual people. Like the music of Pink Floyd. Or the lyrics of David Bowie.
Rock and roll!
Don't mean nothing, particularly, except to you as an individual. Jim says, went to the leisure centre today, told them I wanted to use all their stuff, but that I will not pay what everyone else pays. They said no can do. So I told them to stuff it. I went home. How dare they show me so little respect? I now stand ready, waiting for them to see the error of their ways and to contact me. And Huey says, those who choose to ignore what they already know are the most deluded. We live in very foolish times.
Affirmative.
Yes, no doubt. Right, so the Migration Advisory Committee, which is absolutely packed full of people with giant brains and titles, has issued a directive. Government experts say EU citizens should not get easier access to the EU than other UK countries after Brexit. And I think that is almost worth a piece of music, or would have been if I'd been able to dial it up on this blooming slow computer ages ago. You can hear me tapping it and absolutely nothing is happening. Oh well, never mind. It's not that I'm complaining or anything.
Stop whining.
Government experts say EU citizens should not get easier access to the UK than other countries after Brexit. And that would have had a musical accompaniment, but I can't be bothered to go and find it now. Never mind. The Migration Advisory Committee, these are the experts in the question, they said there should be no preference for nationals from the EU bloc under the new immigration system. I want to play it so much that I'm going to do it anyway. And I think that we should all say, oh, what sweet relief. The Migration Advisory Committee said high-skilled workers should still be welcomed to Britain, and it should be easier for them to get in than those with lower skills. So there's still going to be people coming over here. What? Yep, afraid so. But over and above that, Britain is going to be British again. No longer will our precious Britishness be watered down by people coming here from the European Union. But wait, because there's a sting in the tail. I mean, we do need people with high skills. High skills like cleaning and waiting tables and pulling tubers out of the ground and cleaning cars. Okay, they aren't high-skilled jobs, but there's a lot more of them. Then there are high-skilled positions that we can't fill from our own puddle of talent. So maybe they don't mean that we won't need unskilled workers. Maybe they mean that we won't need unskilled workers from the EU. Except I'm not sure that that's what the Brexiteers thought that they were voting for. But what's happening might give them a moment's cheer until they think about the ramifications. Because already fewer people are coming here. Net inflows from the EU used to be 200,000 a year before the referendum. Now it's 86,000. I mean, that still sounds like a lot, but not spread over the whole country. So they're not coming over here that much more anyway. But there's a problem. Because if we've got full employment, we need the people that are coming here. And Theresa May knows that, even if she doesn't want to say it out loud for fear of upsetting little Lord Snoozy and his top-hatted boot boys. What Mrs M did say was that she supports a global immigration system that does not discriminate against nationals from Commonwealth or other states. And that should set alarm bells ringing in the minds of the Brexiteer ultras.
Warning, warning!
Because here's the problem. Businesses are freaking out. They issued a statement which said, businesses raised concerns about this mooted system, and they said it would be too restrictive. We need the number of people that we are getting to keep the economy above water. So if we don't get them from the European Union, where are we going to get them from? So this MAC report, the Migration Advisory Committee, they said that immigration policy should favour high-skilled workers. They really got paid for saying that? Of course it blooming well should. But there's a huge, gigantic, wobbling but. But it found that there is no need for a specific work migration route for low-skilled workers, with the exception of seasonal agricultural workers. Of course, they come over here, pick our fruit. So yes, we need high-skilled workers, they say, and no, we don't really need low-skilled workers. Really? And by the way, just as an aside, the report did say that there'd been no discernible effect on house prices of people coming over here, outside of the government's inability to build them, and that immigration hadn't made wages drop, and it hadn't made opportunities more scarce, and that the fall in the pound after the Brexit vote has had a worse effect on the economy. Also, EU workers are often valued by businesses who believe they can be more motivated than British workers, and they take less time off. And another study by Oxford Economics, commissioned by the Migration Advisory Committee, found that European migrants living in the UK contributed £2,300 more to the public purse each year than we do. What was born here? Now, doesn't that stick in the throat? Immigrants contribute £2,300 a year more to the public purse each year than the average adult. Huh. In other words, they work harder than us for the benefit of us all. We shouldn't be criticising them, we should be showing our gratitude.
Thank you.
But the committee's chair, Professor Allen, said if immigration was not part of the overall deal with the EU, he said, we recommend moving to a system in which all migration is managed with no preferential access to EU citizens. And you might initially cheer that. Fewer blooming Europeans. But there is a consequence of that. And I've mentioned this before, but I haven't heard anybody else say it. Politicians must know it, but they just don't want to say it out loud. A survey at the weekend found a third of the British public feel the UK should not offer a preferential immigration deal to the EU, even if this limits the deal that Britain can strike. Which means that a third of the UK don't know what they're talking about. They're off their heads. Even if it limits the deal that Britain can strike. So, in other words, we don't care if we do die. Get Johnny Cash on the phone and he'll sing that to us.
Rock and roll!
He's not picking up? Keep trying. So here's the problem. There was 2.3 million EU migrants working in the UK in 2017. And they accounted for as many as 1 in 10 employees in some sectors. And I'll just go ahead and guess that those sectors would be the catering trade and the hotelling trade and the farming trade and the security trade and the cleaning trade, and etc. and so on. Last year, a leaked draft Home Office document suggested the number of EU citizens able to come to the UK for low-skilled work could be limited by a salary threshold, which would mean that very low-skilled workers would no longer be eligible because they don't get higher salary. It could also be limited by a direct cap on numbers. And so here's the problem that none of the main players are saying out loud. But they must know this. I mean, they're not totally stupid. Are they? Well, where are we going to get all those unskilled workers who do the jobs that we don't want to do, but upon which the economy relies? Will we get them from Her Majesty's Commonwealth? That's a bit British. Will we welcome our cleaners and restaurant workers and hotel clerks from the Commonwealth countries like Canada and Australia? Not likely. They're better off than we are. They've got a better lifestyle than we do. They're happier than we are. They're living in places that people go to rather than escape from. So not Canada and Australia. More likely that they'll come from Commonwealth countries like Bangladesh and Botswana and Jamaica. And if you don't like the sound of that, well, how about New Zealand or Singapore? Of course not. More like Nigeria and Uganda and Zambia. So, Brexiteer ultras, what you voted for is freedom from a union run for the benefit of members of the European Union, in which we have a strong and powerful voice, and from where we get a lot of white Eastern Europeans to do our dirty work. And you've replaced that with what is starting to look like us becoming a satellite of the USA, with whom we will have no say at all, and we will swap white European immigrants for black African and Jamaican ones. And if that's what people thought would happen when they voted out, I'm a Knickerbocker glory with cream squirted on top. But you won't hear a politician say that. They know it, but they just don't want to say it. Marion says, my lovely Polish osteopath has been here 15 years and is so worried in case she has to leave. She said that many EU citizens have returned home already as it's too stressful waiting for any outcome. These are highly educated people that we need. What a mess. Osteopathy, it's that's the popping and the cracking. That's an addictive thing. I used to go to an osteopath all the time. She looked like she'd just walked out of a yogurt advert. I don't quite know how old she was. She could have been 60, but she looked as though she was a very, very well put together 40-year-old. Strongest hands the bricklayers don't have as strong hands. She was kneading people, Kneeding, for 8 hours a day. You'd think it would give her cramp of the hand, but apparently not. Boy, she could bend you and shape you and squeeze you. I liked it when she did the neck the best. It was like rifle shots going off, and you came out feeling like a foot taller and 3 feet high. It was like a psychedelic experience. I think she released bits of me that had been seized up my entire life. But it is addictive. Once you get popped and cracked, you need to be popped and cracked again. So, Marion, maybe it's a good job that your Polish osteopath is thinking of leaving, and you can wean yourself off it. Ron says, we always hear that we need migrants to come here that will benefit this country. How do countries like Romania, Hungary, or Lithuania get migrants into their countries to help them develop their economies? Do they nick them from us? Well, that's a matter for them. I mean, it might be better if, the young and the hungry and the keen were to stay in those countries and, lift them out of their mire. Or it might be a fast track for them to come here and do the jobs that we don't want to do and send their money back. Who knows? Let's deal with one country at a time, eh? Let's stick with ours. Claire says, Nick, that is good news. Fewer EU immigration. Well, that's how it's written. It will mean less strain on social housing. We should put the Commonwealth people first. Why? Why should we put the Commonwealth people first? I mean, I'd suggest that we are closer in our in every way, shape and form to the people in France, for instance, than the people in Uganda. I think that our lifestyles are similar and everything that goes with that. Why should we put the Commonwealth people first? Just because we barged in there at some point in history, told them they were doing everything wrong, killed anybody that disagreed with us, and nicked all their best stuff and put it in a British museum. I suppose that is maybe they do payback. Is that what you mean? Here's a call in Hackney. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Eddie. How are you doing?
Who?
Well, Eddie, is this not the Eddie Mayer show?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Eddie Mayer is not here right now. I'll put you on hold.
No, I thought that he'd kind of... I just assumed that he'd taken over all of LBC, the trailers I've been hearing. Right. Are you still here?
Oh, God. Is this a listener with material?
No, okay, I'll stop. I have a way of getting immigration to work with the EU.
Oh, well, thank goodness you called. Thank goodness I decided to keep you on. It was touch and go for a moment there.
I think we need to do 3 things.
Yes.
The first thing is that every EU citizen who comes over here has to register with their local council or their police station.
Wear a badge.
Yep. The second thing they have to do is they have to have their own health insurance, so they don't impinge on the NHS.
I think, well, they would do, coming from a European country, wouldn't they? They'd have one of those EU cards. Yeah.
And the third thing is that after 3 months, they have to prove to an official that they have a job and can support themselves.
Now, I can't tell. Are you being sarcastic?
No.
Oh,
I'm saying the EU will agree to these rules because these are the rules that are already in place.
Correct, Mundo.
Right. The reason we are not following these rules is nothing to do with the EU.
Spot on.
The reason we're not following them is because they cost us more than we get from them. Because EU immigrants are so beneficial to the economy that it would cost us 3 or 4 times as much to eradicate the people who are ripping off the system than we pay them.
You know, there's so many rules and regulations that we complain about. Wait a minute. Maybe I'll back up and start that sentence again. There's so many abilities to control immigration that we complain we don't have, but we actually do have. We just don't use.
We don't bother with them. If you live in Germany, you have to register with the local council or police station at all times, whether you're an EU immigrant or a German citizen.
Yeah, because any times you might be asked for your papers.
Exactly. We like to know where you are. The whole thing about 3 months, if you're in Brussels, after 12 weeks, a little Brussels bureaucrat turns up at your door and says, "Can I see your bank account and your payslips, please?"
Wow.
And if you don't have them, you're on the next plane home.
He wants
now,
to see,
we could do that.
He wants to see your slips?
Please. We could do that. That would be completely appropriate and legal.
Yeah, there's a freedom of movement directive which said, I think it's over 10 years old, and they said that we can restrict migrants from the so-called new countries, you know, the ones in the east.
Yes.
We could insist that they have a job before they get here. We can insist it can be a certain type of job. Oh God, the lights have gone out. Wait a minute, I can't think in the dark. When we can insist on many and various different things, none of which we did. We let them come in as they wished. Also,
no, actually, we used our opt-out. Do you know this whole thing of like Brexiteers get enraged that countries can just opt out of things?
Well, we were the biggest opt-outers in the entire European project.
We created the opt-out.
The
opt-out was Margaret Thatcher's greatest European
we never
achievement.
stopped complaining. I'm amazed that the rest of Europe is trying to make us stay. You think they'd be waving us a cheery bye-bye.
Well, exactly. Can you notice everyone is going like, oh, thankfully, fine. It's like, you know, the guest at the dinner party.
It just refuses to leave.
Yes, and it's like,
But here's the thing about the 3 months as well. I mean, even if we didn't want to stop people coming from Estonia and Latvia and all those EEA countries, we can, even if it wasn't those countries we're talking about, if it was like Germany and France, if they don't have a job within 3 months,
you send them home.
We can put them on the next plane out.
And
or
even if they don't have a job,
we could tie them tie them to the underside of the next lorry on the ferry.
Even if they don't have a job, they're not allowed to claim unemployment benefit. They have to go home.
And nobody seems to understand this. They seem to think that our hands are tied and we have no control.
Exactly. But then there's the next grade of people who come over and they do jobs, but they undercut the local businessman. And this is normally in construction. We always hear about these Romanian builders or Polish plumbers or whoever are coming over here and undercutting our lads. Now, this has always been the way. Before we were in the common market, it used to be that northern builders would come down to London and they'd all flat together and they'd bring all their sand and cement down from their cheap houses in London.
Or Irish builders.
Yes, exactly. And then, suddenly, in the 70s and 80s, we realised we could do it to Europe. And all our builders went off to Germany and undercut the local Germans and got into fights with German builders about the fact that they all lived in one apartment and they didn't... And we thought that was so great, we made a TV series about it.
Oh, yeah, that's right, we did. I didn't watch that.
Pet.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but yeah, you're right.
All about how fun it was to be going over there and undercutting the Jerrys.
And thumbing our noses at them, we were.
We were, but I mean, I've got to tell you, we don't like it up us, do we?
Okay, it's been educational. Apart from that first part.
Okay, fair enough.
Thanks a lot, Richard. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. It is amazing. Most of the things that people, that arch Brexiteer ultras, not the ordinary average person in the street, but they, little Lord Fauntleroy and all of his Etonian acolytes, they do whine and complain and moan.
Stop whining
about things that we can actually do, but we choose not to. It's really quite remarkable that we have the ability to do almost everything that they require in order to prevent people from coming here willy-nilly. But we chose, and when I say we, I mean Theresa May, because she was the one that was in a position of authority and has been for as long as anybody can remember, decades now. Well, not decades, but decade. As Home Secretary, she had complete control, and as the Prime Minister, she has complete control. But rather than do something about it, that she and all of the people in her orbit are pretending that there's nothing that we can do, and the only way out is to get out. All they have to do is, I mean, it seems to be the same with a lot of things. Rather than, I mean, there'll be acid attacks, for instance. Oh, well, we can't do anything about that. With the laws that we've got, we're going to have to enact a new law. Come off it. Of course you don't have to enact a new law. You just have to use the ones that you've already got. Upskirting is apparently completely legal. Do me a favour. If you don't know what upskirting is, then it is the practice of using your mobile phone to take a picture up the skirt of some unwilling member of the public. And the government say, oh, well, we know this is a terrible thing and we really must do something about it, and we'll enact a new law. You don't have to enact a new law. You just use the ones you've already got. That seems to be their policy with everything. Don't worry, we'll definitely do something about that. Well, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. So they have the power. It's just that they've chosen not to use it because I suspect the reason is that it has benefited the economy, that we're all richer because of it. They just don't want to tell us that because it doesn't, fit their mantra. John says, I hear there's going to be a shortage of cherry pickers from the EU. Or Jamies says, stuff business, stuff the EU, stuff May. If they don't listen, we will correct them, as you say. Oh, they need to be corrected. Is that what you mean? Anton says, you're missing the point. Oh, no. I haven't done it again, have I? Why do I keep missing the point? I'm such an idiot. He says, you're missing the point. We voted Brexit to reduce the flood of migrants coming from the EU. Well, you may have done that, but I don't think that that's why everybody did it. Everybody voted for their own specific little way. But I'm sure that that's a reason why a lot of people did. I'll go on, and maybe there's a point at the end. He says, we voted Brexit to reduce the flood of migrants coming from the EU. The business leaders are crying because they see the end of cheap labour. And if we really needed some unskilled workers, we can choose whomever we want, but only on a short-term visa. There'll still be a queue of people wanting to come in. Says who, Anton? I very much doubt that's the case. Because if the unskilled work that we're offering is working as a waiter, then why would somebody want to come in on a short-term visa to do that? Or working as a cleaner? I mean, if you're going to do a country's dirty work, then it seems reasonable to expect some sort of something in return, like the ability to stay and get ahead in life. Rather than every time we throw up, you come in with a bucket and a mop. What kind of a job is that? And when people say, oh, it's business because they're addicted to cheap labour, that's not quite true. We, the consumer, are addicted to cheap labour. The only thing we're interested in is cheap. We don't care about anything else. And I could walk you through any product that you like. I mean, the things that we consume the most. Food. The only thing that we're interested in food is cheap. We don't care about the welfare of animals. Couldn't care less what a life the animals have to provide the food for our dinner. Not remotely interested. And I can prove it to you because of the few number of people who actually buy organic eggs and cheese and meat. It's minuscule. It's dropping. It's still around the 5% mark, if that. Tiny. And you can absolutely guarantee that an animal will be better treated, will have a better life, if you buy, I don't know, for instance, organic eggs. You can pretty much be guaranteed that the chicken that laid the egg won't be housed in a pen the size of 3 football pitches in the dark, up to its chicken knees in chicken product.
Disgusting.
You know, they say on the box that it has the ability to roam outside. Yeah, if it can find the way out of this nightmare dark shed, it can, which it won't, because it can't move. And do we care about any of that? No, of course not. Because to buy a more expensive organic egg would cost us 10p more. And so we stand there in £150 trainers with a 55-inch television nailed to the wall at home with Sky Sports on 24 hours a day, and we say we can't afford it. We are only interested in cheap, and the only way that you can make cheap is to have labour cheap. It's not businesses that are addicted to cheap labour, it's the consumer. It's us. It's our fault. How do you think people are paid when you go into one of these fast fashion stores to purchase a pack for 3 T-shirts for £10? Now, they're made in probably China, somewhere like that. How do you think the people are paid that make T-shirts that can be sold for £10 in a packet of 3? I mean, the shop itself will have put 100% markup as soon as it walks through the door. And then it has to be transported from China, and then there's the cost of the actual manufacturer and the warehouse that they sit in, probably some windowless hellhole that they're working at, chained to their machines for 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. But do we care? Of course not, because it's cheap. It's the only thing we're interested in. I've heard that so many times. We can't wait to get rid of all this cheap labour. Oh, please. We'll really have something to complain about when we get rid of cheap labour. We, the consumer, are addicted to it. He's calling South End. Hello, Chris.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
Chris.
Wasn't there a independent government commission produced that said that they think the UK has become sort of almost too dependent on low-paid workers in the economy, and really what we should be aiming to do is aim towards more high-wage economy, like Switzerland or Australia. Because as I say,
please speak directly into the phone, Chris.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Oh, jolly good. What I was saying was that this independent report did say we've become over-reliant on low wages.
Well, which report? Who wrote this report?
Well, it was the government's report that said that they reckoned that. Well, what was it now? They said that EU nationals should not be given preferential treatment.
Yeah,
it was that report.
Yes, I was mentioning that some moments ago. The Migration Advisory Committee.
That's it, Migration Advisory Committee. But you see, I think they're right. They're right, because I think really we need to move towards more of a high-wage economy like Switzerland and Australia.
Yes, but Chris.
But what?
How can you pay somebody a high wage to clean an office overnight? I mean, the high wages don't just magic themselves out of space. The high wages are paid. Wait a minute. The high wages are paid for by consumers, as in us, and we are only interested in cheap. We don't care about anything else but money.
Well, you see, I don't. You see, it's sort of like a sort of, how can I put it, a vicious circle in a way, really, because you've got low wages, right? That means people have got less disposable income.
But only low wages on low-skilled jobs. I mean, you're not talking about banking or accounting or lawyering or any of these high-skilled jobs, are you?
Well, you see, I don't know, because I mean, there's even people that do work as teachers and people and nurses, and things you'd think of as being a skilled job, but even they're struggling to make it.
Yes.
You've heard of the term the squeezed middle.
Okay, so all right, I agree with you. So let's pay the teachers and the nurses more. Now, how are we going to pay for that? Because we can't afford we can't afford the ones we've got already. Put the taxes up.
Oh no!
You are out of your mind.
But it's what I'm saying. The government have got to stop lying to us. The government are basically saying they can get blood out of a stone. You can't. Put the taxes up, is what I'm saying.
No politician is going to get elected in this country if they say they're going to put up our taxes. No one. Because, again, us, the consumers, the voters, are only interested in money.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, you see, it's not just about wages going up. I think also the problem with the housing sector as well and the cost of living is that we tend to have the attitude of just leaving things to the markets when.
Yes, we follow America rather than the better European alternative, which is bizarre because Europe is right there and they're doing better. They're happier people than they are in America, and yet stupidly we seem to be trailing after the screaming Mimi in the White House.
Well, there you go. Well, do bear in mind the fact that Scandinavian countries do have a much higher suicide rate than us.
Yeah, well, they're dark for most of the year, so maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's not that. But the thing is, though, I mean, just a sort of slightly change regarding Brexit. I mean, I do think you see a lot of people were kind of of the impression that, well, people say things will get worse if we leave, but it depends. If you're living in, say, a run-down area up north or even down south, even,
yeah,
you know, you're kind of thinking, well,
how bad can it get?
How can things get worse? How can things possibly get worse?
Well, all you have to do to imagine how bad things can get is just remember how bad things used to be. I mean, were you alive in the 1970s? Apart from art, which was great, I mean, music and films and, but I suppose people wrote books then, I don't really know. I was more of a music and a film person myself. But apart from the art, the lifestyle was terrible in the 1970s. And if you have a glowing recollection of that age, just look at a television program that was made then, and you'll see how. Go look at the Sweeney, and you'll see what kind of a lifestyle we used to be living in. It's blooming awful in this country. So you don't have to think too hard or imagine too much. We know what it was like. Things can get a lot worse. Right now, I think that it's probably the best that not only that it has ever been in this country, but will ever be. And I've got detailed files on that, don't you worry. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Did anything interesting happen in the UKIP conference, by the way?
No.
Just checking. Dan says the only reason that the EU can check on migrant workers is because in European nations they have ID cards. We don't. Makes life harder. We need ID cards like Europe to eradicate these issues. Well, if they've come over here, then they've got a passport. What's the difference? I think we had a big discussion in this country about having ID cards, and we chose not to, just like we choose not to arm our police. I think that those in charge like to perpetuate the idea of that we're still living in a rural idyll, like Dixon and Dock Green. Well, it's not a description that I recognise. You know, when a thief would stop in his tracks if a police person blew his whistle. I don't think that such a time ever existed, except in films. Guido says, post-Brexit, when sterling plunges, everything will be more expensive, shafting the poor and those on fixed incomes. Well, it's always the poor what get it, isn't it? Over and over and over again. They won't realise it. They probably won't associate their renewed poverty or their increased poverty with the decision that has been made, because the one did not immediately follow the other. You know, in much the same way as if you're trying to house train a dog, it won't understand that you're upset that it's left a deposit on the kitchen floor if you only notice it the next day. It won't be able to put two and two together. You have to, for people to understand the consequences of their actions, the consequence has to immediately follow the action, otherwise we can't put two and two together. I think we have the emotional development of a 3-year-old. Or a 2-year-old, if I could only blooming well find it. There it is. Arnie says... Arnie, really?
Correct.
Those who don't want migrants in the UK do not know who the indigenous people of Britain are. I know who the indignant people of Britain are, if that's any help. Here's calling Belfast. Hello, Fiona.
Hello.
Fiona.
Hi.
Yes, Fiona.
Well, I am just wanting to say that my blood was boiling as I watched Theresa May on the TV.
Oh, yeah. Why is that?
How dare she? She talked about splitting up her country.
Yes.
But she didn't mind splitting up my country.
How do you mean?
My country is Ireland.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's 32 counties in Ireland, and we live in the 6 counties. The province of Ulster is 9 counties, and we were divided up by the British with no consent. We didn't have a vote, but yet she talks about us as being her country.
Yeah,
we are not her country.
Well, that grated on me. It's not her country. My country, she said. Well, I think that's a bit presumptuous, isn't it? We didn't even... no one's actually voted for her. Oh, well, actually we did, but not in great numbers. I think it's a bit presumptuous for Mrs M to call it her country.
But we're not her country. We're Ireland.
Yeah.
And we are a 32 county state, and our province of Ulster was divided unequally, just so that the Unionists could have a voice over the Nationalists.
Well, you must be delighted that she made a deal with the DUP.
What? How dare? Oh, it's unbelievable. It's like waking up whenever Donald Trump was president. It's like waking up when Brexit. It's how is this happening?
I think we've all stepped through the looking glass with Alice, Fiona, and everything seems upside down and turned around and back to front. Nothing makes sense anymore. Have you noticed?
It doesn't.
So what is it about the? What is it?
How can we stop this?
I don't know. What is it about the DUP? What upsets you so? Is it their beliefs, by any chance?
The DUP is everything you don't want to be living with. You know, they don't want people to have the Irish language. My children speak Irish. They go to Irish schools. It's so lovely to hear them embracing themselves and talking to themselves. Slangafoil, Gurmayogich, Brodgy, you know, speaking to each other in their native tongue, which wasn't allowed in our country, by the way, by the British. We weren't allowed to talk Irish.
Well, I don't talk Irish either, but for a very different reason.
Because you live in England.
Well, I don't know any.
No, but you live in England, I live in Ireland.
Yeah, it's the same reason I don't talk Welsh, even though I am half Welsh.
But you live in England.
Yeah, I don't know
English?
any.
Are you English?
I'm half Welsh, half Scottish, 100% English.
Well, I'm 100% Irish.
Right.
And I speak Irish, and I speak English, but my native tongue is Irish. So I want to speak Irish in my country.
Well, you can do whatever you like, Fiona. This has got nothing to do with that. You can speak gibberish in your country if you choose. I'll start you off. As a conversational gambit. That's done you into silence, isn't it? It's a dream come true. Yeah.
Respect.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Fiona. Here are some of the reasons why people should be alarmed at Mrs M having gone all hugger-mugger with the DUP. Pretty much everything that they stand for and believe in. They don't believe in climate change. Of course, they don't believe in abortion. Very, very wrong. They don't believe in evolution. A DUP Assembly member called Thomas Buchanan previously called for creationism to be taught in schools.
Oh, no.
Yeah. In 2016, he voiced support for an evangelical Christian program that offers helpful practical advice on how to counter evolutionary teaching. Evangelical Christians. I mean, every time I hear that phrase, I get the
warning
ringing in my mind. Those are the people that support Donald Trump. weird little mushroom man.
Disgusting.
I love that Stormy Daniels story. That's just so great. That was one of the highlights of the year so far. She said it was the least impressive sex I ever had, an opinion that was clearly not held by Donald Trump.
Oh, shut up!
And you can see him afterwards, can't you? Congratulating himself on a tremendous job. I give myself an A+. How was it for you? That part, it would never happen. He would never ask how it was for her. You must think I'm tremendous and huge. And 40% apparently of DUP activists believe in young Earth creationism, as in the world is like 5,000 years old, and man used to run around with dinosaurs, like I said before. And don't even mention the LGBTQRUQAs. I think I missed a couple of letters out there. Just don't wear a rainbow flag around any members of the DUP. And etc. and so on. Strange bedfellows indeed. My country indeed. 0345 6060 973. Sai says, I don't think you really realise how bad you sound when you condone the use of migrant workers. What? Condone? You even seem to think we should all change our minds, stay in Europe and exploit them even more. You are the epitome of a capitalist slave master. Sai, I don't mean this to be disrespectful, but you are completely out of your mind. What are you talking about? Slave master. Well, I kind of like the sound of that. 0345 6060. Well, I've only got one slave at the moment, and he's through there. How you doing, slave? An ecstasy of silence. Yes?
Sorry, Melvin. Hold the line for me for one moment.
See, I think punishment is required. I don't think that slave has learned his lesson. He was in there listening to classic FM, for crying out. I know it's relaxing, but I'm trying to do a show here, slave. 0345. So you will obey your capitalist slave master. Here's Billericay. Hello, David.
Oh, hi.
David.
Hi, mate.
How you going?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Ah, okay.
Please speak directly into the phone.
Okay, can you hear me?
More direct.
Can you hear me?
Is there anybody out there? Yes, okay, go ahead, David.
Okay, so my point is, I voted, it's about Brexit.
Oh,
I voted
no.
to remain.
I mentioned the B word once, but I thought I'd got away with it.
Okay, understood. But I want to get a point across.
Yes.
So I voted to remain because I thought it was better to stay in and change it from the inside, especially from a democratic basis. So when John Major handed over all the powers in the Maastricht Treaty, they should have changed the way the Commission worked. So scrap the Commission, do something more democratic.
Scrap the Commission and do something. Right. What would be more democratic?
Well, I mean, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a big fan of Tony Benn. But what he said was you could convert it into an American-style system.
An American-style system, with the result that they recently had. Are you out of your mind?
I am a little bit, but it's better than what we've got now. So,
describe to us what it is that you think we have now. I mean, what needs to be improved?
Well, the democratic basis of it. I mean, let's face it, the European Parliament has got no mandate, really. I mean, for us, it's 34% or whatever it is.
But the European Parliament is made up of MEPs who are directly elected by the people. It can't get more democratic than that.
Well, they can, because, I mean, to me, a democratic mandate is more than 50%, right? So if you've got some countries 9% turnout, some 34%.
Oh, well, that's irrelevant. That's like saying, well, Theresa May or the Conservatives shouldn't be the party in power because they didn't get more than 50%.
Well, we have a different constituency system, but from the perspective of the UK, if you've got 34% turnout, then...
Well, that's on us. That's got nothing to do with the EU. If people can't be bothered to go out and vote, then that's their blooming fault. That's not a fault of the European Union.
Totally agree with that. But regardless, they have not a mandate. So
yeah, but they do, because if 100% of people went out and voted, then they would be there would be a mandate. They would have they would know what the people want, but the people can't be bothered to go and vote unless it's leaving because they say that it is undemocratic, that we can't vote. But we can. It's just that they can't be bothered to.
And therefore they've got no mandate.
Oh, God. So we're going around in a tight little circle here, David.
Okay, but let's get to the real point then.
Oh, finally.
So I voted to remain because I thought it was better to stay in and change it from the inside to a more democratic basis.
Mm-hmm.
And people like Tony Benn have been saying this for ages. I'm not a socialist, but I do agree with him on this. What he basically said was, if we, as an MP, get our power from the people and then hand that power to somebody else, it's not correct. He said they receive their power and they should return it to the people when they leave undiminished. And that's not what's happened. However, the real point is, I mean, and let's be honest about this, most of us didn't really know much about the EU. I thought
well, that's about the most sensible thing that you've said so far. Yeah.
Well, okay, thanks for that. But I mean, at the end of the day, I thought it was a cooperative market. We've seen how dogmatic they are since we triggered Article 50.
No, what we've seen is the right-wing press, who, for some reason, and I suspect I know the reason, the offshore media barons who control the right-wing press have been desperate to get us out of the European Union, and they have been the ones that have been painting the EU as being intransigent. Yet it looks to me as though that we have kept asking them the same question, and each time are stunned that they keep giving us the same answer.
Well, you can say that, but you can also say that the large corporates that really do gain from EU access to the single market, and in our country, that's not a massive percentage. We're a lot of small firms that have to, whether we deal with them or not, or
you
whatever.
You think that this country is mostly the way that we make our money is not through harnessing global mega corporations. You think we're still a nation of shopkeepers?
Well, I wouldn't put it like that, but we've got tens of thousands of businesses.
Well, so does Germany, and so does France. So does Lithuania.
Okay, that's a different argument.
Well, isn't? You seem to be suggesting that we are different in some way. Well, we're not. I mean, the reason that the high street's shut is because of Amazon. And it's the same here as it is in Germany and France and America. With the phone that people are desperate to buy, and they're queuing around the block. But why? I've got no idea, because they've been hypnotised. The gullibility of the human race is just, it never ceases to surprise me. But that's not a British company. It's a globe-spanning megalith.
Well, it is. But where
the food that is in your cupboard in the kitchen was made by, I would guess, 4 companies, all of which are giant multinational corporations. The petrol that you put in your car, the car that you bought, the clothes that are on your back, all of this stuff. I don't know what you mean, David. We're not a country. You seem to think that we're still in the 50s.
No, I don't think that at all. And I think you're twisting the words I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, okay, let me get really to the point. We've got to...
This is like, how long have you been on? This is it's like 10 minutes in, and I'm still hearing that we're about to get to the point. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're a country. We're leaving the EU. I'm a Remain voter, but I'm not a Remoaner. And so what I'm basically saying now is, why is it that the EU 27 are united, apparently? I don't think they are, but that's what we're hearing. But in our country, we've got the SNP, who are just opportunistic, looking for a new independence referendum. We've got the Labour Party, who really are Brexiteers, well, certainly socialists, and certainly Corbyn. They are working against us, and nobody is uniting on our side to get the best deal that we can possibly get.
I'm not sure that's right, and I don't think I think it's unfair to say that just because people aren't all pulling in the same direction, that they are working against the country. Of course not, because if they think that, if the leader of the country says, "Let's all close our eyes and walk into traffic, everything will be fine," would it be traitorous to say, "Well, hang on a minute, maybe I'll not close my eyes"? Would that be a treasonous move? No, it'd be self-survival.
Say treason. What I said was, we do not have a united view.
Well, of course not. We're split down the middle, 50-50, and it's the same with every with every political party that you can think of, with the possible exception, although who knows, of UKIP.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, exactly, and that happened in the war too. We was also split on various issues, but when the crisis for a country comes together, then all the parties should work together to get the best deal. And what's happening in this country is Theresa May, of course, she will get a deal. I'm absolutely convinced of that. Might not satisfy everybody, but if
I expect that it won't satisfy anybody, because the people who want to leave for specific reasons, which will not come to pass. They will not be surrounded by fewer foreigners. It is not going to happen.
No, that's not going to happen. But what will happen is there will be a deal. But it's been a difficult deal because we are not united in this country.
I don't think it makes the slightest bit of difference. Theresa May puts a proposal to the European Parliament, and they say, this is the same thing that we said no to. They say, is this the same thing that we said no to last week and the week before and the week before that? And she say, yes. And they say, well, guess what? It's still no.
No, but I don't think it is still no. This is a French tactic, and they are forcing this.
those evil, wily Frenchies.
I will call you again next March.
Oh no!
When you're either going to listen or not. But when a deal is done, it might not satisfy everybody.
It won't satisfy anybody. I'm telling you right now, no one will be satisfied at all.
Well, I'll put a tenner on that, but well,
you can put anything you like on it, mate. You can put it on a chair and sit on it if you like.
Okay, if you're going to mock me, but seriously, I thought it would be better for us because of the
all pulled together as a team. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, that's just daft. So to just pick a random decision and all say, okay, so because Theresa May said it, then we all must agree and stand up and give her a loud round of applause, like we're China.
That's absolutely not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it pretty much is. Just anything that the government says it wants, then all of the rest of the country must get into line, come off it. Otherwise, it's treasonous and traitorous, and we should all be dealt with accordingly. That's just that is exactly what you're saying, and I don't believe any part of what you say. Although I will I'll pencil you in my diary. Give us a ring next March.
Okay, do that.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Preferably on a day I'm not here. 0345 6060 973. And maybe a Tuesday or a Wednesday would be good. You can text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. That was a good call. I enjoyed that. He had a lot of points, a few of which made sense. Simon says, I think you're being a little bit unfair to Theresa May. Oh, no. Poor Theresa. when she said my country, she was talking about her being British and a subject of the UK, not that she owned it. Yeah, well, I suppose so. I mean, undoubtedly, it just rubbed me up the wrong way because it sounded like she was, ascending to the throne. We've already got one queen, Mrs. M. Two. Well, three actually. I'll count the amount of queens that we have during the course of this next news break. This text says, quite right, as you said, Nick, we need migrants in the UK as our youth are too lazy to do the unskilled labour in favour of sitting on benefits. Oh, come on. God, the amount of times that you hear stuff like that is just complete nonsense. No, they're not. We've got full employment, but there's not a giant pool of idle layabouts sitting at home watching Jeremy Kyle puffing on cheroot all day.
Want to score some pot?
They don't exist. I mean, I know they exist in the people's imagination, that they think that is what ails the country. Blooming kids. Can't be bothered to go down to pit. Stick 'em up a chimney. It's the only kind of language they understand. They don't exist. Everyone's on work. I mean, people aren't earning a decent amount. But that's on us, the consumer, because, as I said before, the only thing we're interested in is that whatever we buy is cheap, which forces companies to pay their workers less. I mean, if we were ethical consumers, then we would have something to complain about. If we bought things that were more expensive, and still the workers were paid a tiny amount, but we don't. We choose to buy the cheapest possible thing, which is why supermarkets had to be, every now and again, had to be hauled over the coals for squeezing their suppliers to death. I mean, they actually put companies out of business. I mean, how's the dairy trade doing, by the way? I think it costs many of them more to produce milk than they actually get from the supermarkets to stick it on the shelves. Why? Because we, the consumer, refuse to pay a single penny more than we absolutely have to. It's our fault. There is not a giant pool of kids sitting around on benefits. It does not exist. Steve says, did you know the 29th of March is on Friday? You'll be on Brexit Day. Oh, well. Then I guess we'll have something to talk about, eh? Ugh. We're going to be talking about this from now until the rest of our lives. Isn't that great?
No.
Let's have a call in St Albans. Oh, Frank.
Nick?
Frank.
Is there a full moon tonight?
I don't know. I haven't checked. Is it?
Do you know what? Nick, by the way, good evening.
Frank, hello.
Hello. Nick, oh, mate, this Brexit, Remain, leave, all we did, the okey cokey, are we? I think you're spot on tonight, what you said. You've been absolutely spot on. You hit the nail on the head. What it is now, we've become a society now. I've got my own business in the high street. I run a barber shop, and I see all different types of people every day. Every client that sits in my chair, doctor, police officer, you name it. You know, in every Tom, Dick and Harry, every race you can imagine that comes into my shop. And we all say the same thing. Look at the high street today. People are buying online just to save a fiver. And it's stopping people from coming into town centres. These small, small business that people, they've set up. Now you can go and buy your meat cheaper online or in the supermarket. Like you said just a minute ago, the dairy farmers, yeah. Do you know what I mean? They're just squeezing. Everybody that buys online to save a 10 even on the TV. And it's become a situation now where people have stopped coming out of their houses. You can sit on the computer, do your shopping online, buy your anything you want online. And these multinational companies, and you mentioned one of them, which is Amazon and all that, the cheaper we try to find things, the cheaper the labour force. And by people going online, we are creating a society in this world where eventually when somebody has to find a job, it's going to be, unless you're a robot, mate, that's working in a warehouse, we're going to have drones flying up in the sky, and I'm going to be staring out my window every night thinking there's UFOs flying around, because you're going to have drones delivering your groceries, probably in 10 years' time.
Yes, there will be. Even if you live in a flat in a high-rise block, you better draw your curtains, because there will be drones parked outside your window, waiting for you to notice them.
Exactly, mate. And then I'm going to tell my wife, say, babe, there's a UFO outside. Nah, babe, it ain't a UFO. It's a drone delivering in our bananas. Really?
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Frank. What is the most popular cut that people request?
Do you know what? One of my, at the moment, right, in the barbering business, right, the short back and side has come back into fashion. Kids are looking a lot smarter. You know what I mean? They've got that lovely little quiff at the front, you know, side parting. They are looking trendy. But what you've got now today, they've all got Apple phones. They've all got £100 trainers. And you know, I don't know, I mean, I'm 47, mate, I don't know how old you are, but, you know, I remember when I got my first pair of Adidas Gazelles back in the 80s, mate, my dad was only earning probably about 120 quid, you know what, mate? And that made not just my year, mate, it made my birthdays and Christmas all in once, because I remember how hard he worked to buy, to buy something like that.
Well, I can remember when there was no such thing as a branded trainer. In fact, the word trainer didn't even exist. We wore plimsolls, which we bought from Woolworths.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I remember being at the store, mate, playing football with plimsolls and all that. And look at the kids today, mate. Unless they've got a high street brand name, designer clothes, do you know what I mean? I see them coming into my shop every day. 13, 14-year-old kids having an iPhone 10.
Well, I have a follow-up. I've got a follow-up question.
Go on.
When they come in with their £1,000 phone and their £150 trainers for their £15 haircut?
Correct.
Do they actually give you a tip?
No.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
Well, I don't expect a tip, mate, because I've never, I've done my job. All I do is, like, every Christmas, mate, I get, the pensioners coming in, who are struggling.
How can you? Yeah, but no, wait a minute, back up. Wait a minute, back up.
Go on.
There are certain industries. Now, I don't know why we pick these specific industries, but this is the decision that we've made. And so we're going to have to stick with it. There are certain industries, there are certain people that we tip, and certain ones that we don't. You tip if you're in a bar and somebody makes a drink and gives you your change on a little silver platter. You do not tip them if you're in a pub and they just hand you your change in the palm of your hand.
But Nick, you look at it now, right? You look at all the restaurants and cafes now, there is a service charge when you get your receipt.
Perhaps.
Yeah, and you look at them, even the people that are working for them, they say, you get your bill, when you go to a restaurant, there's a service charge. So...
All right, but my point was... Wait a minute. My point was going to be that your industry, your business, is one that requires a tip, because it's a personal service.
Well, if they don't tip me, Nick, it doesn't make them any difference. If somebody tips me, I'll thank them and say thank you very much, sir, much obliged. But I say that to every customer of mine.
You want to get one of those really sharp pairs of scissors and just nick their ear if they don't tip you. Oh, sorry about that, sir.
Well, that's why I have to turn off LBC, mate, during the day, because I'll end up chopping ears otherwise.
I have to concentrate. Yeah, I understand.
You understand, but you know what? You've got a great show there, Nick. Yeah.
So, are there any? One more question. Are there any footballers that people come in and say over and over and over, give us a Dele Alli? No. Anything but.
Listen, Nick, you're more than welcome to come to my barbershop. I'm in Running Garden City, mate. I've got the longest running barbershop in the town, and you're more than welcome to come in, mate.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
And meet the real people, and we can go and have a coffee, an espresso.
Okay.
Even though I sound English, but I've got Italian origin as well, so...
All right. Okay, let me think about that. No. Thanks a lot, Frank. 0345 6060 973. No, I must put my hair in the hands of a trained expert of impeccable skill. I mean, look at me. I am a disgrace. I do actually need a haircut really, really badly. But I can't go to where was he? Welling? I can't. Not only can I not, but I won't. And that's the end of it. Sam says, why can't you get a haircut online? It's an outrage. Excellent point, Sam. But there was so much in that conversation that I want to actually deal with. One of which is the prospect of everybody losing a job to artificial intelligence.
Correct.
I know I bang on about this all the time, but this is going to make Brexit seem like a tea party. It's going to make the last recession seem like just a blip, like a mild hangover. What's about to happen to the human race has never occurred on the scale that we're about to see, and nobody has any idea what to do about it. It's remarkable, and it's not coming slowly. This is a fast wave that's coming right at us like a driverless lorry, and no one's got a clue what to do. So I might come to that. I might come to that in a while. And of course, Uncle Nige, his old party had a little chin wag. Some of the excellent people that still belong to that party.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
And I don't think there was anything happened there. Did it? If so, it certainly didn't make the news. Leave it with me and I'll investigate further. And there's also, there's just so much else besides. Blimey, is it 11:45 already? Holy moly, doesn't time fly when you're out your mind?
Annie, how are you?
I'm super, thanks for asking. Rick says, Nick, have you seen the new plimsolls the kids are wearing? They're called Vans and they cost a bomb. They're just plimsolls, folks. I don't think Vans are new, are they? Aren't they very, very old? Or am I thinking of those high-top trainers that are called... Well, I bet my glamorous assistant knows. Those high-top trainers, what are they called?
Converse.
Converse is the right answer. So are Vans an old thing? Because it seems to me that they're sort of Brutus jeans old.
Fairly old, but I think they've just kind of come back into fashion.
Into fashion now. Well, we do pride ourselves on being hip and with it. 0345 6060 973. Here's a call on in Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yeah, good evening, Nick.
Brian.
Sorry, yeah. Nick, do you really think this country is so bad?
What gives you that idea?
Well, you put it down all the time. You're so anti-British and so pro-EU, actually. You're very
What is it that I've said that's anti-British?
Everything.
Well, can you be more specific than everything?
Well, you call the government, you say, you call the Queen, I've listened to you a few nights, you call royalty, you call everything about the country. Tell me.
I call royalty? What does that mean?
You call everything about the country, you call the way we run the country and all that. Now, tell me, Nick, without that, tell me.
Yes.
Better countries in the world than the UK.
Better countries? Well, it depends what you mean by better. Do you mean richer, or do you mean people with a happier populace? What do you mean?
Law-wise, opportunities.
Law-wise.
You got so many people wanting to come into this country, all nationalities.
Yeah.
So it can't be that bad, can it?
Well, who's saying it's bad? I haven't said it's bad. Criticising the way the government is run is a national institution. It's a national pastime. It's practically our national sport.
Yeah, but I've been listening to you, and you brought Brexit into it as well tonight, Nick.
Oh no! I thought I got away with it. I mentioned it once, but I thought I got away with it.
And you're so pro-EU as well. You call them the way we running the way we run Brexit and that.
Yeah, and you think it's going well, do you?
Well, it's the Ramones who were stopping it, isn't it? You had a bloke on talking
No,
earlier.
which Ramona is stopping it? No, give me the name of the person.
Well, the woman, what they call her, Silbury. She's been a joke,
Anna Silbury is stopping Brexit. Is that your position?
No. But yeah, you know stopping Brexit. The House of Lords are stopping Brexit. It's full of Remainers in the Conservative Party stopping Brexit. people with money are stopping Brexit. You call people with money all the time, Nick.
Who is stopping it? It's happening.
No,
there's no such thing as stopping it. What are you talking about? You mean that it hasn't happened yet? Is that what you mean? That we are being delayed? Is that your issue?
No, but you call them big businesses in this country all the time. I hear you all the time, big business. You call them, you slate them. Fair enough. I agree with you. But these people are wanting to stop Brexit. And you're agreeing with that side of it, Nick.
Which people? Big business.
Business,
yes, that's because they will lose money. They're not in the business of losing money.
Right. Aren't the EU big business?
Are the EU big business?
The EU hand in hand with us, with big business. And you seem to love them. You seem to love Brussels and everything about it. You know, the way you talk, Nick. You do. I listened to you quite a few times, Nick, and you're so anti-British.
What you mean is, I disagree with you, which is a pretty spectacularly superior position to hold, Brian.
But
that
Nick,
disagreeing with you means I'm anti-British.
No, I listen to your show quite a bit.
I hope so.
Good show. It's a good show, by the way.
Yeah, it's all right.
Good part.
It's okay.
But you're too one-sided. You have a talk show, right?
Yes.
There's a bloke been on for quite an hour tonight, about 20 minutes ago, and he was trying to talk to you, and you just had your view, and you wouldn't listen to him at all. He was trying to tell you about the Brexit and talk about and what have you, his reasoning. And
yeah. Well, he was on for a good long while. If we were talking about the same guy, he was on for like 10 minutes, and he talked, and he talked, and he talked, and he kept on going back to his original. And I'm going to come to the point in just a minute. You talking about that guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't stand it anymore.
Yeah, but you kept stopping him, so you had to keep going back, and because you were just putting down everything he said.
Yeah.
Because
well, that's because I disagreed with everything that he said.
No,
not everything, but most things.
But you have a premeditated thing about Brexit, Nick. You have.
Well, you mean I've thought about it? Is that what you mean? That I've thought about it?
No, but you've got to see two sides. People are phoning you up.
Brian, you don't see two sides to it. You only see one side. Why should I see two sides?
No, but
I have actually. The difference between you and me is I've actually thought about it.
But I'm the roast in the talk show, Nick.
You what?
I'm just phoning you up. You have a horse. You're a horse.
Oh, I see. Your position is that I'm running a show wrongly.
You're too biased. That's what I'm saying.
You mean that I have an opinion?
No, but it's a biased opinion, and you won't listen.
But all opinions are biased.
No, they're not.
Of course they are.
You've got other people.
What's your favourite food?
Right. I'll tell you something, right, shall I? Just a sec.
Oh.
The bloke you call all the time, Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
He has a show on.
And you're telling me that he is not biased?
No, but he will listen to people.
Oh, come off it.
No, he does, Nick. He does, Nick.
And then he'll say...
whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
He does. He absolutely does.
He doesn't. I'll listen to Nigel Farage.
He hasn't changed his position on anything under the sun, one iota.
You call the bloke in Nigel Farage, Nick, who will go down in the street, even though he's never been an MP, never had a seat.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
As the best man in politics ever.
Oh, no. He said it. I can't believe it. You're accusing me of being biased. Brian, I think I'm going to... I'll tell you, I'm going to do you a favour.
It's not biased.
I'm going to do you a favour, Brian. I want you to... I'm going to send... I want you to watch for it at your door. I'm sending you a mirror with which you can take a good long look at yourself.
Hey, I can look at myself in the mirror, mate. I tell you what, Nick, you know, it's uncalled for saying that, you know what I mean? You shouldn't be saying that.
Well, okay, okay, I take that back. I will not send you a mirror. I want you to go and sit in the corner and think about what you've done.
Right, just a second. We'll find out in time, won't we? As history, as years move on.
No, we won't find out in time. We will not. Oh, stop with with making a hero out of Nigel Farage. Please, I can't stand it, Brian. That's just demented talk. You're out of your mind. Hero, my eye. Just because you agree with him, it does not make him a hero, Brian.
No, it's not me, Nick. History will say that, not me.
History is not going to judge Nigel Farage as a hero.
We'll see as the years roll on, shall we?
Yeah, okay. Call me back in 50 years.
Hey, Nick, good talking anyway.
All right, thanks a lot, Brian. Cheers, mate. And that's the position that we appear to be in, that if you disagree with me, that makes you a traitor. I don't know where where the human race took a wrong turning, and it's happened just recently as well because of what's happening in America as well.
You are going to love President Trump.
They've taken a wrong turn too, and I don't know what it is. But if you disagree with me, you are a traitor, and you should be treated as a traitor and taken out and corrected to death. And anybody that disagrees with me is biased. Rather missing the point that the person who's saying that is only prepared to hear one point of view. And they stick their fingers in their ears and they hum loudly to themselves if any other point of view hoves into view. It's just such a... it didn't used to be this way, did it? Or am I just remembering things with a rosy hue? Maybe I should remember things with a green hue, a huey green. Josh says, desist from being Mr. Pink. He made the tipping argument perfectly clear in Reservoir Dogs. It's a long time since I've seen Reservoir Dogs, and I can't remember exactly what happened. Presumably it was the beginning, right? When they were all chit-chatting about Madonna over lunch in the diner. Let's go to work. So I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was probably very, very adamant about it, and he would not be dissuaded from his opinion. It is so hard living in a country that you are traitorously trying to undermine, but I'm doing my best. I have seriously considered... I know that this is a treasonous speaking. Treasonous talk. Treasonous talk. But I was considering putting on my merino wool thermal underwear today. Bloomin' freezing. And I'm just looking at the weather forecast. Now, I know I've given you the detailed weather forecast, but I have an update, mate. And tomorrow's going to be 56 degrees and raining. A few days ago, it was 86. Now it's 56. It's over. Except... it goes 56 on Sunday, and then 62 on Monday, then 64 on Tuesday, and then 68 on Wednesday, and 71 on Thursday. So it might not be over, and it looks sunny-ish. Not bad. Sunny and a gentle breeze on Thursday. That's in the southeast. Other areas will have their own weather. So that's all right. I mean, I did think about putting the heating on. And not just momentarily either. I thought about it all day long. It's, I don't know. I'm just not ready to let go of summer yet. Even though it has been, even if it started snowing tomorrow and then snowed for 6 months, it would still be the best summer that I can ever remember. I just wish I could remember more of it. Travis says, I moved out of the UK because no one has any manners. Oh, shut up! He says, I've moved out of the UK as no one has any manners. I had no idea I was going to say that. You know, sometimes I surprise myself, which is alarming considering what I do for a living.
Warning! Warning!
He says, I've moved out of the UK as no one has any manners, no one is friendly anymore, and no one cares no more. Not somewhere I want to live. Plus, it's no place to bring up children either. Oh, well, at least he's taken his children out. Thank goodness for that. Because if there's one thing that we need less of, it's... Mike says, don't worry, Nick. The Brexiteers have put a lot of careful thought into all this EU stuff. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing. I assume you're being sarcastic. Here's a call in Sevenoaks. Mark.
Hi. I was wondering if you could give your opinion.
well, Brexit won the vote in the referendum, but since then a number of proposals have been put forward, and they've been rejected by popular demand. All of them.
How do you
mean? We seem to have a paradox here, a democratic paradox, in that Brexit has been voted for in abstract, but all the practical ways of doing it have been rejected.
Apart from leaving and never speaking to any European again.
Well, that won't. I mean, that won't get a majority either. That's the point.
Well, it might get a majority of voters. But I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Would it? I don't know.
No. Well, the problem is that the normal thing to do under these circumstances is to go for a compromise position, which Chequers sort of is, in the sense that it probably has the same number of people wanting to go to the WTO direction and go to the remaining direction. But a lot of people think, I mean, with a fair degree of plausible reasoning, that it doesn't make any sense, because both of the Brexiteers and the Remainers think it's Brexit in name only, and so doesn't do any good for anybody.
Yeah, everybody hates it. I don't know why she's sticking with it. She's sticking with something that no one likes.
Well, I think that it may not be such a bad place to go from, because if there isn't, you see, she said that she would try to essentially solve the problem of how to do Brexit. She's not campaigning anymore. She was campaigning when she was a Remainer, but she's not campaigning anymore. She's just trying to solve a problem.
Well, maybe not. I mean, she is actually auditioning for her own job.
Well, yes, but what I'm saying is that she's in a problem-solving mode rather than a campaigning mode, which is rather odd for politicians. She is a scientist, which is also rather odd for politicians, and so it's interesting that she's trying to do this. Actually, this gives her an out, because if it's the case that we have this voting paradox, it means that she doesn't have to go ahead with anything yet, in the sense that people haven't decided how they want to Brexit yet.
Well, but time's ticking, though, isn't it? We don't have the luxury of just drawing it out to at some point in the future when everyone can agree on some series of points.
Well, I'm not sure that's the case.
Well, no, I mean, they could draw it out, but nobody wants that. I mean, but people would start screaming their faces off if you drew it out for a single another second.
But what I hear Ian Duncan Smith say, "Let's get on with it." But the question is, let's get on with what?
Well, yeah.
I mean, as long as people haven't agreed what to get on with, I mean, to the extent that they oppose every single option, I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, nothing makes any sense anymore. No, I completely agree with you. And the position from the Brexiteer ultras is that we must get on with it. It's just that we haven't agreed what it is yet.
Yes, but I mean, I hear that position from some people talking, some ordinary people talking about it.
Ordinary people?
Well, what I mean is that it's plausible that they don't understand the illogical nature of their position.
No.
But I don't think that's true of the politicians. I think they must understand the illogical nature of their position.
Well, let's hope so. I'm not entirely convinced that all of them do, but the position seems to be we're all on a bus. We don't know where we're going, but we must go there at top speed.
Yes, but the thing is that somebody's got to decide how to steer the bus. I mean, perhaps the analogy with the bus is not quite right, because with a bus you can put your foot on the accelerator and nobody steer it, but in this particular case we have to decide to go in a particular direction.
Yeah.
And people have decided that all of the directions so far proposed are no good.
Yes.
So that I think gives Theresa May the possibility of quite plausibly saying that therefore the thing has to be delayed until people have decided what sort of Brexit they want.
See, that's not going to work, because we are now being run by the people that shout the loudest. Nobody who makes that perfectly sensible point that you just put over is going to be allowed the light of day, because you'll just get screamed down by the Brexiteer ultras who won't hear a word of it. They don't care. It seems... I tell you what I think is happening. I think that the people who have invested of themselves an enormous amount in Brexit, they don't really care about what happens anymore, just as long as it, whatever it is, happens. They've invested their future careers in it. They've probably invested money in it. They've invested too much face in it. So they can't conceive of it either being reversed or delayed. Both things would be anathema to them, because it would be too much loss of face. It would probably ruin their potential careers. It would ruin their money-making abilities in the future. It would ruin their media profiles. It would make them a busted flush. So, having invested so much of themselves in this Brexit, whatever it is, they can't contemplate not achieving it, whatever it is, because even if the country is considerably poorer because of it, they personally won't be. They'll be fine. They're all moneyed men who are pushing this through as fast as they possibly can. I think it's personal, and I think it's personal enrichment. I think that's the reason why they seem to be adamant that it must happen at top speed, but they are unable to say what it is that they're insisting on happening at top speed.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Theresa May could make the move that I've just described and see what happens, because she's...
I can tell you what happens. She'll get fired.
Well, maybe not, because remember that the Brexiteers actually don't have a majority in the Conservative Party amongst the MPs.
Well, don't they? I think they do.
No, the majority of Conservative MPs are Remainers.
I think they may be used to. Well, the European Research Group, the Rees-Mogg lot, who could actually precipitate the fall of Theresa May. They're all adamant that they want out.
Yeah, yes, but I'm talking about the figures given by the BBC during the referendum.
Oh well, yeah, well we're a long way past that there.
Yes, but I mean this is really something which would allow the people who are Remainers to stand in a position which wouldn't be to override the referendum. It would just be to override craziness.
To override the timescale. To give us a bit more time to figure out what the hell it is that we want and we can possibly get. I understand what you're saying, and what you're saying is perfectly sensible, Mark. So it has no place in conversations about Brexit. James says, what in blazes are you doing talking about the weather in degrees Fahrenheit? As a 23-year-old, he's 23. As a 23-year-old, I literally have no idea if the numbers you're saying are hot, cold, or lukewarm. Sorry for being a typical millennial with my Celsius and metric measurements.
Stop whining.
Yeah. Or as Uncle Nige would say...
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I can't do centigrade in the summer, which I'm still clinging on to this being summer. So 71 degrees sounds like warm to me. I know where I am with 71 degrees. Now, the equivalent in centigrade, I'll just check for you. I'll change the settings on the app, is 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, see, I don't know, that doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't sound that warm, 22. 71 is a bigger number. I think I'm right in saying that. Mathematically speaking, 71 is almost always a bigger number than 22. So that works for me in the summer. Now, in the winter, conversely, 0 degrees centigrade, I understand that. Whereas the equivalent in Fahrenheit is like 30 or something, 32, which doesn't sound that cold. So I do Fahrenheit in the summer and centigrade in the winter, which I think you'll find makes perfect sense.
Correct.
Daz says, talking of biased opinions, I've recently taken myself off FaceAche as part of that no-scroll September that you mentioned at the start of the month, but never spoke about. And I tell you, it's liberating. I can hear birds and the bees again. Wow, the Tweety birds. You can hear bees. You've got a buzzing in your head. And he says, and have you heard of the text neck syndrome? It's true. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody should get off social media. There's nothing social about social media.
Affirmative.
Get your faces out your phones, kids. I swear they are actually addicted, as much as they would be if they were smoking crack. They cannot put their phones down for a minute. The only time that I'm around kids these days is at my gym. Clouds of complicated haircuts, and they don't do anything when they're in there. They exercise for about 2 minutes, and then they sit on the machine that they've just used. Not 2 minutes, 2 seconds. They do about 2 reps, and then they sit on the machine they've used and pull their phone out and then just waggle their thumbs at it for 5 minutes. And it's not just once. I mean, I put my phone in the locker and leave it there. Why do you need a phone? I mean, are you running a corporation? Why do you need to be so informed? But they can't put it down. And it happens every single time they stop doing whatever exercise it is they're doing. Always they pull out their phone. The instant they put the weight down, they pull out their phone. And then they stare at it. And then they waggle their fingers over it to very important messages they're sending each other. Like, what are you doing? Nothing. You know, that kind of conversation that cannot go unsaid. What are you doing later? I don't know. You know, that kind of thing. That's... and it's just infuriating because, you know, they haven't rented the equipment for the day. But they're keeping you off it because they're just gulping at their phones. They are utterly addicted. It's actually frightening. They put the weight down, and then, as with one movement, every time they put the phone back out of their pocket to see what they've missed in the 30 seconds in which they haven't been staring at it. If that's not addicted, I don't know what is. So, thanks a lot, I've forgotten what his name is. Who's the guy that invented the internet? I bet my slave knows.
Tim Berners-Lee.
Tim Berners-Lee is the correct answer. Yeah, thanks a lot, Tim Berners-Lee. I mean, we enjoyed the puppy dog videos, but apart from that, not much. Here is Southwark. Hello, Barry.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
Hello there.
Hi. Trump. So quickly, Trump. He's got to have a small area because he's got small hands.
Yeah. Very, very tiny hand. Tiny mushroom-like hands.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah. It normally follows, doesn't it? So, and he's got small feet as well. So yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, it's got to follow. Yeah, he does. He does. It's like he's tiptoeing.
he's like he's on point. Yeah.
Yeah, he's literally perpetually tiptoeing. So, what all this fella? But yeah, Maynard. Theresa May not. That performance, that was quite funny. It was
stirring. I mean, the newspapers were they were clutching themselves. They were so excited. They've never been so stirred. She was giving it to the EU, no question about it. Don't you talk to me, she was saying. I want RESPCEST. Why can't you respect me? She said.
And it was like she was begging them to respect. And then after, at the end of it, she asked them, tell her what to do. She's like, respect me. Now tell me what to do.
Yeah, it's like she's sitting there on the edge of Beachy Head with a gun to her head saying, you better give me everything I want or I'll kill myself. I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll smash into the wall. But the thing is, right, it's the Theresa bus analogy, right? She's looking to smash us into this no-deal wall. Right, we know.
See, I don't think that she does, because I think that she's smarter than that refrain that she keeps saying that, you know, a no deal is better than a bad deal. She knows that that's not true, And she knows that she's walking the country down a road that is not in our best interests. And so, but what can she do? Because she was delivered a turd sandwich by her predecessor. It's true.
They really, right, you got one of your earlier callers, he was talking a lot of nonsense, but he did say that the country's in a crisis, and we have been dragged into a crisis by these people.
Yeah, no, not these people, that person.
I think this is nonsense.
Yeah, we're talking about you, Dave. Still not missing you, by the way.
Well, I say these people because I'm talking about the whole lot of them. They were there before. They were there at the time they voted for this. They all wanted it. Yeah, now they're there. They've got to implement it, but they never said what they were going to implement. So on the
But they didn't know. They had no idea. They just had this vague notion that we were they could hear "God Save the Queen" playing behind them, and they were like some sort of Churchillian exposition. They were going to take back control, and all these vague phrases that don't actually mean anything.
None of it meant anything. And the thing is, that immigration report, it also shows that there was no need to be moaning about immigration because everything's fine. And, I mean, when you look at the numbers...
Well, what they specifically said was that it hasn't depressed wages, it hasn't depressed opportunities, it hasn't increased house prices, and immigrants from the European Union actually contribute £2,300 a year more to the economy than British people who were born here.
Yeah. It all sounds quite positive, doesn't it, really, as a report? So, I mean, following the outcome, they should really reassess and go again.
No, too late, mate. No, we don't want to reassess. We're not. We don't care if we do die.
No.
Get Johnny Cash on the phone, and he'll sing that to us.
He will, but the thing is, in a logical world, what would happen, right, is as we were offered a box that was closed and we didn't know what was inside the box,
yeah,
right, now they can say, right, well, here's what's in the box. Would you still like the box? So there should be a second referendum on, do you want what's in the box? Now that we know what's in the box, yeah? So whatever deal they managed to hash out, right, do you want that, or should we stay in?
Right, just as long as Noel Edmonds has got no part in it.
Well, do you know what the problem is? I say in a logical world, that's what would happen. But I don't know if we live in that logical world anymore.
You don't know? You're not sure? You're undecided?
Listen, when I had a guy arguing with me the other day that the world is flat, and he's genuinely making a point that the world is flat.
Well, he's got a point.
Well, it's flat when you look at it like this, but when you actually look at it from far, when you get some perspective, you see the road.
Oh, too much bleeping perspective. Name that film.
Well, we need some. I don't know. I'm not a film buff. I couldn't do it for you. I'm sorry.
Too much bleeping perspective. Well, it puts it into perspective. Too much bleeping perspective. You don't know what that film is? It's one of the greatest films ever made.
No.
We're talking about Spinal Tap, baby.
Rock and roll!
Yeah. Double Doubly.
That's superb. I don't know. I really am not a film buff.
Have you not seen Spinal Tap?
No.
Oh, Barry, do you like rock and roll music?
Yes, but...
Oh, you've got to see it. Promise me you'll see it.
I was a goth. Now I'm going to have to go back and do things again. I'm going to have to go and live again. All right, I'll go and see it. I'll see it. I'll do it. All right, Spinal Tap it is.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks a lot, mate.
Hopefully.
All right. Finally, a success. Finally, I think I've actually educated someone. This is an educational program, isn't it?
No.
Tom says, I went to the zoo today. There were lions and tigers and loads of really exciting animals. It was amazing the number of people walking around ignoring the animals and had their faces planted into their phones. Well, I am stunned. I am mostly stunned that zoos are still a thing. Because it seems like an animal prison to me. I can't remember the last time I went to a zoo. It just rubs me up the wrong way, just the very idea of it. I mean, I'm sure the animals don't want to be there. I mean, they may be institutionalized into into being dependent on being in a zoo, such that if you release them into the wild, they wouldn't know what to do. They'd be sitting there waiting for their 3 o'clock feed. But I don't really understand how zoos are still a thing. Why are zoos still a thing? This text says, want it, believe it, Brexit it. It's in you to make Brexit a success, and if it isn't, it's your fault, not mine. You did not want it, believe in it, etc., etc. Does that make sense? Certainly not in the way I read it, but that's the way it's written. Okay, Bill says, you are a complete moron. He says, I'll just underline that and repeat it. Bill says, you are a complete moron. Why should the UK not get some self-respect back? The EU has us on our knees. What are you talking about, Bill? On our knees. We keep asking them if they like the proposal that we gave them some moments ago that they said no to. We keep asking them the same question over and over again. We've been asking them for 2 years. They keep saying no. And so we say, well, okay, no, all right, well, I understand no. What do you think now? And they'll say no. They say, okay, I'll take that on board. Okay, what do you think now? And they'll say no. How many times do they have to say no?
No, 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 no.
5. And still we don't get it. And as for they have us on our knees, says who? We're not on our knees. I mean, we have the ability to just walk away. I mean, we'll have to pay them a big chunk of money, because and that's that other fantasy of the Brexiteer ultras, that we can walk away and not pay them anything at all. You're dreaming. In what parallel universe can a country default on what it owes, what it has said that it would pay, and not suffer consequences? I mean, the ratings agencies are twitching just at the very idea of it. It would cost us a massive amount, way more than that we would save by welching on the deal in financial consequences. So just forget that part about not paying them any money. But we could leave and go on World Trade Organization terms, and we'd be considerably poorer for generations. I mean, we could do that. They haven't got us parked in a corner. On our knees? What are you talking about, Bill? This text says, why do the media miss the point that the EU has always been a thorn in the side of the Tory party? They would love an end to it, dividing them once and for all, even if it means no deal. They would love an end to it. Oh, maybe it means they would love an end to it dividing them once and for all. Oh, if you think that is going to bring everybody together, and it is the evil EU socialist superstate that is fomenting discord, then you're dreaming. I always suspected that MPs, those in power, particularly liked the European Union because they could blame it for anything that they screwed up. They could say, of course it's nothing to do with me, it's the evil Europeans who insisted on it, knowing that the public wouldn't check on that. I mean, we have showed a disinclination to look up anything about Europe, either before or after we voted. So, and the amount of times that they said things like that, which were patently untrue. Oh, there's nothing we can do about immigration because, it's a European mandate. No, it's not. Other countries in Europe enacted the precise regulations that were available to us too. We can keep people out of the new entrants into the European Union, all the EA countries, Estonia and Latvia and all that lot. And we can turf people out if they aren't self-supporting within 3 months. Could have done, but we didn't. That's on us. But politicians like to blame the European Union because it gets them, it's like a get-out-of-jail-free card. I always thought that they quite liked it. I suspect that they still do. Because, when we're out of the EU, who are we going to blame? Who are they going to blame? Who are they going to blame? Our politicians. Who's the Prime Minister of the day going to blame? And who's it going to be, by the way? Because there's a list. Did you see this? This happened a couple of days ago. A list was leaked to the press of the 1922 committee, senior backbench Tories. all of those purple-faced elderly gentlemen who are deciding amongst themselves as who should be the front runner to lead the glorious Conservative Party, and it made for interesting reading. I might come to that in just a minute, but let me take this call here. Islington. Hello, Steve.
Nick.
Steve.
Do you remember the slogan, Chuck Checkers? Chuck Checkers. They were shouting all the time. Boris Johnson.
Yes. Well, they're still saying it. Still saying
They
it.
was going to launch. Yeah. They was going to do a big launch on it, wasn't it? Shortly, within the next week or two. And the EU sort of stole their thunder because it's chucked checkers. And now that it's decided to chuck checkers, they've got annoyed about it and said it's disrespectful.
Yeah, they. How dare they not accept the thing that we definitely don't want them to accept? It's amazing. We have been asking them the same question for 2 years. Can we have free trade but not free movement of people? And every time we've asked them, they've said no. That's part of the bedrock of the European Union. You can't have one without the other. And so, armed with that decision, we've then done a tight pirouette and asked them the same question again. For 2 years we've been asking them the same question and receiving the answer no every time with stunned amazement.
But it's getting to the point where you're trying to win an argument with a child. Because no matter what you say, they turn around and say, I wasn't thinking of that, I was thinking of this.
Yeah.
Because we know that there's loads of footage, loads of print on Nigel Farage saying Norway or Sweden or Canada, that we should accept that, talking about second referendums and everything else. And as soon as you bring that up, say we didn't mean that. That's not what we were talking about.
Well, Nigel Farage never said that we should have a second referendum.
We should have a second referendum.
To be clear.
But this is what I don't get about it, because throughout the whole 2.5 years, no one has told me what I can't do, or what the EU's told me to do, and I need to know what I can't do.
Well, it's the rules and the regulations, Steve. And now ask me which rules and regulations.
Yeah, which rules?
And go ahead, ask me.
Nick, tell me, what is it you can't do? What is it the EU is stopping you from doing?
Right,
and have you done it?
and my answer is it's the rules and regulations. And you ask me which ones.
Well, which rules and regulations?
All of them.
It's becoming painful. It really is. All we're asking them for is to put forward their proposal, and they're like, I'm not telling you, but yours is wrong. And it is. It's like arguing with a child. I'm not telling you, but I know the answer, and I'm not telling you. And like children, a lot of these individuals should have their shorts yanked down, have their legs slapped in Sainsbury's. You wait till I get you home. And when I listen to the phone-in shows, all I hear from people is, you're a traitor. Yeah. You're disrespectful. Well, I've had that. I've had that several times this evening. If you disagree with me, then you hate your country. I mean, talk about big-headed. That's just an outrage. I don't know what to say, Nick, because you feel like taking them by the lapels and saying, "Tell me." When you go to the you see the man used to sell on the stalls, used to sell the fake perfume and all that. Oh yeah, lovely stuff. This Hollywood stars use this. Novichok. Ooh, the smell of it. I got it cheap, and they're thinking, "Got to have some of that." I got to have some of that, and that, to me, that's Brexit. I've got to have some of that. He's doing it cheap. He's doing me a deal just for me. I've got to have some of that. Yeah, I'm not asking £10, not asking £5, not asking £3, £150. Who wants one? All right, thanks a lot, Steve. 0345 6060 973. That is, by the way, the main sticking point about the Chequers blueprint. Let's just
take a moment to remind ourselves what it is that is the point of contention about Chequers. Just to remind ourselves what it is actually in that supposed agreement. We want a common rule book of EU regulations, as in we will keep the EU regulations on goods and trade and so on. See, so that's it outright, the very first sentence. Because as I was just chit-chatting with that last bloke about, people will say, well, we don't want that. It's the rules and regulations that are the problem. And then the next logical question is, well, which specific rules and regulations did you have in mind? And the answer is always, all of them. Which means they don't know. We want to end automatic, or the Chequers Blueprint wants to end automatic freedom of movement, which people are on board with. But you can't have a free trade area in goods with the EU and end the freedom of movement. Because of the 4 pillars. Trade, movement, money, and what's the other one? Trade, movement, money, and thoughts, ideas. Is it cheese? What is it? The 4 pillars.
1 second, I'm on the phone.
Oh, well. Who? I wonder who you're on at. Has Johnny Cash answered yet? It's still ringing, apparently. You can't have one with the other, one without the other. They've said that over and over and over and over again till they're red, white, and blue in the face. And still we keep asking them, well, can we have one without the other? And they say no. And they say, well, what about one without the other? And they say no. And then we take great umbrage. How dare you treat us with such disrespect? Am I living in dreamland, or is this real life? And then there's the little things like, the whole Irish problem. Oh, no! Which nobody thought of beforehand. Which I'm sure they can figure out to some way. Some method can be found so as to not get 60, 70-year-old men shooting each other again. We'll cooperate on energy and transport and the European health card and all of that jazz. But the big thing is we want free trade, yes. Free movement, no. And they've said countless times that you can't have that. And still we ask, expecting a different answer. 2 years we've been asking them. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. So I'll come back and I'll run through the front runners to be the next Prime Minister of this country, and I will come to the conclusion about who that is going to be based on this list. Darren says, imagine a parallel universe. Oh, blimey, we're floating downstream with tangerine clouds and looking glass skies, or something like that. Imagine a parallel universe, Darren says.
Want to score some pot?
Where after the Brexit vote, 100% of the people and politicians accepted the result and all pulled together to get the best deal. Do you think they'd be in the same position as us? Well, as long as we're just doing imaginings, Darren. I think in a parallel universe where after the Brexit vote 100% of the people and politicians accepted the result and all pulled together to get the best deal, might decide not to leave at all. It might be that, like the line at the end of War Games. The only way to win the game is to not play it at all. Unless you don't mind being significantly poorer for the rest of your life. Dan says, never mind Brexit, people actually believe the earth is flat. I think we've regressed to the 16th century. Well, there's no proof that it isn't. And I think you'll find that that is factually accurate. This text says, if there were procedures to enter the EU, why weren't there any plans or procedures in place for a country to leave? Well, I don't think anybody thought that anyone would be daft enough to want to do that. I think that is specifically why they didn't really give it much thought. Why would you want to leave, they thought. And the Digger says, that's the whole point, Nick. Well, you can't start a sentence like that. What's the whole point? I'll read on, and maybe it will become clear. He says, that's the whole point, Nick. There are thousands upon thousands of EU rules, and I don't know what any of them are, and how they may be affecting my life. They don't make these rules for fun. They make them to affect people. Well, mostly they make them to protect people. You don't know the thousands and thousands of British rules that directly affect your life. I suspect that when we leave the EU, if we don't get a deal where we follow their rules on goods and food and so on, we will be most closely resembling the rules and regulations of the country that we want to prostrate ourselves in front of, desperate for a deal, and that will be America. And we should all be very, very concerned about that prospect. Abingdon. Hello, Dean.
Hello, how are you doing, Nick?
Great,
Right.
mate. Thanks very much.
I'm reading for my son in Germany, actually, because he's working. In Theresa May's speech, she mentioned about the European Union, European citizens here, welcome and all that here.
Yeah.
But 1.5 million Brits living across Europe didn't even get a mention. And not only that, they're allowed to vote in general elections, but they weren't allowed to vote in the referendum.
If they've been out of the country for, 15 years or something?
Well, yeah, but he hasn't. He's only been out for 12 and he wasn't allowed to vote.
And who is it you were talking about again?
My son.
Oh, okay.
He lives and works in Germany.
Right.
And they didn't get the vote. A lot of them didn't get the vote.
Yeah. Well,
because apparently Cameron was going to change the rules. Yeah. To 5 years. To 15 years.
Yeah, I thought it was, but okay, go on.
He was going to change it to 15 years. But anything above 10, apparently, they weren't allowed to vote.
Yeah, whereas the Russians were allowed to vote over and over and over again.
And also, the Maltese in this country were allowed to vote.
Well, let's not get stuck into Maltesers, not just yet.
No, but the point of fact is that they didn't even get a mention in her speech.
I mean, it's not Christmas, Dean. Let's keep the Maltesers sealed in their packet.
Yeah.
I gotta go. Thanks a lot, mate. 03... Oh, I don't know why I'm giving the number out. It's a bit too late for that now. Hang on, I've got a cough. This throat thing, I don't know, it sort of started as a bizarre cold, and it just hasn't gone. It's probably 4 weeks now. I have been at a reduced level of throat health.
Stop whining.
Okay. This text says there is no legal obligation whatsoever to pay the EU anything after the 29th of March, unless someone would like to explain it, overruling the parliamentary lawyers who have been unambiguous in their finding and explained it line by line to the EU. If there's an offer of a trade deal in return for 40 billion, that provides a good ROI, then maybe we should pay. Well, we should pay because we've already said we're going to pay. We've already accepted that is our duty, that is the amount that we owe. And if we don't, then the credit agencies are going to downgrade the country, which is going to cost us a massive amount. You can't just walk away and not pay your bills. But you can't tell people that. They just won't have it. No, we should just never speak to any of them again. So, briefly, and in closing, the 1922 committee of senior backbench Tories are likely to invite the Prime Minister to stand down soonish after March 2019. This is a thing that was leaked to the press. A leaked memo's verdict on the Tory contenders to replace Mrs May listed them and then listed their various faults afterwards to a great delight all about. So this is what they said about the potential replacements to Theresa May. David Davis claims not to be interested in being Prime Minister, but is. Won't succeed, too late. Leanne Fox will repeat 2016 strategy to try to prolong frontline career, fading. Michael Gove. You remember Michael Gove, don't you?
No!
Yeah, that's him. They think he's a future Chancellor. Philip Hammond thinks he's got a chance, not a hope. Jeremy Hunt, Dark Horse. Yeah, that was a fabulous track by George Harrison, and I tried to buy that album the other day. You can't buy it; it's just not available. And neither is All Things Must Pass. You can't buy that album either. Why not? Sajid Javid wants it. Probably won't get it. Boris Johnson, the front runner, but the front runner never wins, is what they said. Andrea Leadsom, well, I'll just pass her right over her. Amber Rudd, credible, very small majority. And Gavin Williamson in full campaign mode. Gavin Williamson, he's the fellow that told the Russians to shut up and go away. So he ain't going to get it neither. Which leaves Jacob Rees-Mogg. All of which must be like his Christmases and birthdays have come at once to Jeremy Corbyn. All he has to do is stand still, say nothing, and despite the massed cannons of the offshore media barons who want to pummel him into the ground, he'll sail into number 10 Downing Street on a stale wind of hot air created by the Conservative Party, which was all set in motion by a certain D. Cameron, who we're still not missing, by the way.
I think this is nonsense.
Fools to the left of you, jokers to the right. How's the job going for you so far, Mrs. M?